Welcome back to the MODUS Sports Icons of Darts Live League. It is Thursday, and it is the last day of competition for this week, and the last day of action until the 27th of July as well. So get yourself comfortable, have a great day, and watch the action as we close the Icons of Darts League for today, this week, and for a little while after that, as we make room for the World Match Play. Today we have the players that took part on Tuesday, and the question really is today, can anybody stop Mark Webster from getting the undefeated week? On Tuesday, Webster was just too good for everybody, and he was the most consistent player throughout the course of Tuesday, and reaped the rewards of 10 points without any reply.
100.
As for these guys,
99.
they will be looking to elevate themselves a little bit higher in the table. Stephen Burton with an improved day on Tuesday, getting to 6 points.
93.
Whereas the league that he played before that, he was languished at the bottom of the table. So
43.
an improved day for him, even though I don't think Stephen played anywhere near his best. So there is
60.
a lot of potential for the man from Suffolk.
42.
Young John Brown had a lot of decent darts on Tuesday, but wasn't
96.
able to snag any points. So he'll be looking to get off the mark very early today.
59.
He's first to a finish, and this is against the throw. This should be some way to start your day.
120.
That was not far away. Tremendous effort. First 60 in, second attempt
98.
very close. But John does need to have a good day on the doubles.
Demon 1.
And that is much better. That is an improvement on what he was doing on Tuesday, as he gifted too many chances to his opponents. If you look at some of his results, losing 5-2 to Mark Webster, which is no shame in that, considering how he played. Losing to Dave Evans by the same scoreline of 5-2.
77.
And then playing 3 of the last 4 games on Tuesday, losing 5-3, 5-2, and 5-4 in the very last game against his opponent right here. So he's looking to get the jump on Stephen Burton.
60.
And so far, he's doing a very good job. Very tidy first leg, first 180 in the second leg.
100.
And is continuing to find that treble 20 with very good regularity.
100.
Doesn't have to go bull here, but he might anyway. There's the 25. Might go treble 16 here if he doesn't want to fiddle with the angle, but is staying up top and has left himself on 20 after 12, which is a fabulous leg of darts.
100.
So for 2-0, it's double 10.
Demon 1.
And more good signs for John Brown. Good stats, good doubling, excellent scoring. What's not to like?
59.
All of these players will have put in some serious hours on the board this week.
85.
And when playing in an Icons of Darts Live League, you will put in between 6 and 7 hours on the board in the day. It is not easy. So with all of the work they've put in, they will want to finish
140.
this week and this campaign in a buoyant manner. And you just saw that little
100.
facial expression from Stephen Burton as if to say, John Brown is turning up today. That's definitely the case.
140.
This is what he is capable of.
99.
All of these players are capable of putting in these kinds of stats. It's just doing it consistently that is the problem.
85.
Look at the likes of Gerwin Price and Michael van Gerwen and Peter Wright, the
100.
top 3 in the world. They can all do this, but the reason they are at that position in the rankings is because they do it more consistently. John Brown needs 51, and double 16 will give him 3-0.
19.
First miss, but they weren't far away. And this is the first chance that Stephen can realistically punish him. Double 7.
81.
Wasn't far away in the bottom left corner for Stephen.
Game and 1.
But John gets the second visit at the double and doesn't make the mistake again as he completes 3 legs in 45 darts.
93.
An absolute chasm between the averages here. 100 for John Brown,
99.
just under 80 for Stephen. But a big win to start your day.
134.
We know what that can do for your confidence. Just look at Keelan Kay yesterday, who snagged a 5-4
97.
win over Adam Hookvale from 3-1 down and 4-2 down, and that set the confidence tone for the day for him.
140.
And he picked up his first daily win and the 19th
40.
player to do so. Neither of these guys have won a daily title yet. So
98.
can they make it number 20 before we take a break? Well, another scoring masterclass here from John
47.
Brown to leave double 18 after 12 darts.
$18.
He will be irate that he didn't dispose of that one. The rhythm looked good on the first 2 darts, but maybe the third one was a little bit more of a lent dart. He was leaning towards the board as he was throwing it. Doesn't like that one, has to reset. That's actually a good miss. You'd much rather hit the 14 than hit the 9.
14.
But it's double 2 left. He has to wait to see if Stephen can take out the 122. 18 will leave the bull.
25 left. 97.
Can John recover from the first bad dart he's thrown in this match?
Game and 3.
He's found double 1. Keeps the pressure on Stephen. It's been great darts up to that point, and just has a little bit of trouble converting that 4th leg, but manages to get the job done anyway.
100.
We also saw yesterday with Scott Marsh that losing your first game 5-0
65.
doesn't mean you're out of it. Scott lost
180.
to Keelan Kay, 5 legs to 0, and then in his next match responded by winning
42.
5-0 and got himself back in the race. So you can't afford to count Stephen out here.
60.
83.
A much better leg from Stephen Burton. First to a finish for the first time in the match.
137.
And he's picking up the pace.
81.
Double 12.
No score.
And he really does like double 12 usually. I'm surprised that that one didn't go in.
60.
But if John is to have a leg off, it's better to have it on your opponent's throw. Double 3.
21.
Can be classified as a disaster to leave himself 3. This would be for the match. We gave plenty of air,
100.
gave it a chance, but it misses. And Stephen has double 1 to get off the mark. Just hasn't been his game. And John Brown has 70 for the match. That's 3. That's 51 more for 16.
54.
And a match start has now been missed. It was double trouble for John Brown in the last leg. It was double trouble for Stephen Burton, but both of them managed to get the legs in the bank eventually. Like I was saying earlier about we can all have those 107 average bursts for 3 or 4 legs, but it's the maintenance of that kind of performance that is the difficult part.
59.
When you have a leg where you miss a few doubles, you then have to recover, and that's what John Brown is finding here.
140.
But he is recovering well. Stephen Burton will remain on the board for the next game, where he will take on Andy Jenkins. If he is to lose this one by a big margin, there could be
100.
no worse opponent to try and respond against.
83.
Doesn't matter what kind of day Andy had a couple of days ago, he will always wake up in the morning with confidence that he will win.
100.
It's one of the reasons why he's been at the top of the game for the last 25 years.
97.
John Brown, 110. And another match dart coming in at double 16.
78.
When he's missing that double 16, he's not missing it by much. The 164 for Stephen
100.
could have saved the match, but now he has to rely on John missing more doubles.
Oh, come on.
Doesn't like how that dart is sitting, and he may not be able to save the 32 anymore.
16.
So he had to go high, and he misses. And 5 match darts have gone.
Game in 3.
And Stephen Burton punishes and gets closer. Darts can be a cruel game sometimes.
58.
You can be 16 away from winning a match, and then all of a sudden you have to start all over again.
97.
It's a bit like doing one of those card castles that can be
100.
easily blown down. You could be right at the top, ready to put the crown on the tower, then it blows over and you have to start all over again.
58.
Immensely frustrating. And John has got to keep himself together and realise that he has played the better darts in this match. He just has to create more chances.
$45.
It's been fabulous to see some young players pitting their wits against some really seasoned talent in the Icons of Darts Live League.
92.
Yesterday, for Keelan Kay to win, you saw how much it meant to him. And earlier in the week, it was the turn of Jared Cole.
98.
Who's to say that John Brown won't win today and make it a week for the young'uns?
40.
Stephen is inching closer. And the closer he gets, the harder it will
96.
feel for John to get over the line. The next leg could be key
12 in 1.
as Stephen starts to hit his doubles and is now only behind by 1. A good start is paramount here for John.
97.
That's not bad.
$93.
When playing against Stephen, you can be swept up in his rhythm because he is very quick.
80.
And I just get the feeling that John is playing a tiny bit faster than he was at the start of the match. That dart on the floor
98.
does not help his cause, as he still retains the darts after 6.
100.
Looks comfortable going for that treble 20. He is consistently finding one treble a visit here.
39.
But they both had an unfortunate dart on the floor in this leg, so it's on as even there.
60.
$129.
See what Stephen was trying to do there by taking the 25 on after the 60. He was trying to leave 167, but he has got further down than that. Back to the 20s now for John.
44.
And he leads Shanghai on 20s, which will be another match-winning opportunity. If he's going to miss the 60 here, he would much rather miss it just over the top. Like that.
60.
Fails on the adjustment. And we'll hope that Stephen does not take the 82. Tops.
62.
And misses that opportunity and gives John Brown another visit to get this job done. A good 20. For his first win of the week, it's 10s.
Oh, 40.
And another couple of match darts have gone. And Stephen could be serving it out in the next leg if he gets full 10 himself, which he does.
All the best, John.
He has recovered really, really well, but has been given the chances to do so. You can see John Brown just can't believe that he hasn't been able to convert 7 match darts.
100.
But he's still in this. Has to believe.
57.
$42.
Like I mentioned earlier about the recovery of Keelan Kay in the first game against Adam Hookfield yesterday. We saw what he did after that. He grew in confidence all day. This could be huge for Stephen Burton to mount an assault on 10 points. And he is the kind of player that will not feel much sympathy right now. He just wants the points. Wouldn't have expected anything from this game 3 or 4 legs ago.
100.
But now he'll expect to win.
$44.
6 darts from here to make John Brown feel positively green
50.
with nausea. Has he got one more big score in him?
58.
The treble 20s have deserted him, as have the treble 19s now. As Stephen goes for double 12 for the match.
48.
And he's missed 2 match darts. If this goes, he'll just categorise darts as a very odd game.
$97.
He's done well to leave 50, but he needs Stephen to miss his favourite double. One more time.
24 and 3.
Oh, he's found it on the 3rd dart, and that really is going to make John feel sick because he got really close on that last leg for some more chances. But Stephen Burton gets the first 2 points of the day, and he will remain on the board to play Andy Jenkins, who joins us in a moment. Welcome back to today's motorsports action with the Icons of Darts Live League. And Stephen Burton will probably be thinking right now, how have I come away with 2 points in that first game? 4-0 down, ended up the 5-4 winner.
Well, Webster.
And you've got
After I said there is no worse
That's
opponent to run into after a
25.
big defeat, I now have to then change the thinking
And you
of Stephen Burton, because now he has to play Andy Jenkins after being a winner.
$81.
It's never a good time to play Andy Jenkins, really, because let's face it, he always feels very confident when he starts a day.
60.
Always thinks that this will be another day to chalk up a win.
60.
He will especially want to win today, as this is the last live
100.
league for a few days.
$78.
And he's always been very good at getting out of the blocks and putting in a performance in
60.
his very first match. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do to top up the points
97.
that he got from Tuesday when he gained second place. 6 points and a leg difference of +2
100.
was good enough for second place. And he was 2 legs better off than Stephen Burton, who snagged third spot.
170.
First 170 of the day. Unfortunately, it's not finished, but it has set up a leg winning chance
140.
as Andy pressurizes that shot. Double six.
15 and 2.
And Stephen is going to be full of belief now because of that recovery effort in leg in match number 1.
99.
There is nothing to say that Stephen cannot do what Mark Webster did on Tuesday, as the fixtures are
89.
flipped around and the late finishes from Tuesday start early today. It's a very different dynamic. If you can win from both positions in multiple league days, it will show your adaptability.
180.
First maximum of the match for Andy Jenkins, and he has responded very, very well to
100.
losing that first leg. 68 left. It's going to go for it.
Okay. 3.
Well, if you see a score, have a crack and get the leg done. 12 darter from Andy Jenkins, and didn't even think about the fact that Stephen Burton was not on a finish. Great leg of darts.
137.
On 40.
Stephen will play 3 of the first 4 games today, and will be the first person to
41.
finish his quota of 5 games. It is his job in that position
100.
to post the total that everyone must pass. And he will finish his campaign
123.
2 games after Stephen has finished his last game.
97.
And it will then be up to him to surpass Stephen's total potentially and John Brown's total
40.
to leave the mark for the likes of Dave Evans, Mark Webster and Richie Edhouse to try and topple. It was Webster who posted the total the
95.
other day from the first game of the day to where Stephen will finish today at around about 3 o'clock British
40.
time. But today Mark Webster is the chaser. Double 16 for Andy to take the lead.
37.
And after that miss, Stephen has 120 to hold his throw.
Game in 3.
He's found it, and that's going to irk Jenks. Massive difference in the averages, but that means nothing
136.
when you're in the lead in the leg score.
180.
Stephen is the kind of player that will now and again put in a huge display, great doubles, big average,
44.
lots of big scores, lots of 177s. Look out for those today. But he has this
60.
uncanny ability sometimes of sneaking up on you and stealing a leg.
140.
Some response from Andy. A couple of 2 treble
100.
visits in this leg. He's not first to a finish. He's been made to work very, very hard here
82.
by Stephen Burton.
$36.
Not the best visit, but this leg is definitely not over yet. As Andy goes too positive on the top shot. Did he have to go that way? Stephen
65.
misses on the 60 to give himself a shot at tops again for the 3-dart checkout. And Andy has 2 this time for the double instead of 1.
Oh, jinxing. 20.
2 misses could be costly. As Stephen has the same to take 3-1 lead. Oh, a miss at the board. Now it's a marker.
20.
Wasn't able to use it. This time, surely.
You're kidding. 20.
Oh, Andy cannot hit tops with 5 darts in this leg.
40 and 1.
And Stephen finds it with the first dart. And Jenkins has every right to feel very frustrated. But this is a game where you can only blame yourself.
45.
In a humanistic sense, we all look for excuses. It's just one of those things we do.
60.
But when you're in a room on your own and you're the one missing the doubles, you have to look in the mirror and say, that's who's at fault.
60.
This is a game that Andy could easily have been in the same position as Stephen. Could have been 3-1 up.
135.
$180.
Is it going to be Stephen's day? That 180 gives him a bit of a cushion here. 60 needed to leave the finish.
96.
He doesn't get there. Stephen remains in control on throw.
100.
Just plodding along, doing his thing. And the average is
40.
not enormous, but the timing has been very effective so far. Double 18. That was for 4 legs to 1. This 170 is needed.
Ah,
He wires the
25
ball
left.
for the 170. He's been so close to the doubles.
No score.
Stephen misses 3 at 36. That could be hugely costly. If Andy can take this, he can get away with 1.
ah, gee.
But the doubles
17.
have absolutely annihilate him in this game so far.
36 and 1.
And every time Stephen gets a chance, after a miss from Andy, he has taken it.
$85.
Looks looked very good for Jenks early. Looked sharp, looked ready, energetic. But I've now lost
80.
count of how many doubles he's missed. And they've been at different targets as well. Tops, the bullseye,
60.
double 8. You do wonder if
135.
he had hit one of those doubles early, what the ripple effect would have been. You do wonder what the ripple effect would have
60.
been if John Brown had converted the first game and got the win.
140.
Well, Stephen Burton is rolling with it right now and is staring a big win in the face. It's Jenkins who has to stay on the
110.
board in this game now. He has to somehow find a way and hope
Son.
that Stephen misses double 18, but I just can't see it coming.
36 and 2.
And there
You're
it is.
right,
It's a big, big win. It's 2 more points to add to what he's already had. It's been quite a fortunate day for Stephen Burton. He has missed nothing really when he's been given the chance. So he will go for 6 points in his next game. But first and foremost, we have to welcome John Brown back, who will take on Andy Jenkins to see him get off the mark. Okay, let's get cracking with this game that sees both players looking to get off the mark after both being defeated by Stephen Burton already
25.
today. I think it's fair to say that both players
25.
let it slip somewhat, even though Stephen had some great moments in the first two games. He did
Outside.
take advantage of a lot of missed doubles by both players.
25.
So it's fascinating to now have these guys pitted against each other to see who can recover. Stephen Burton will return in the next match to try and keep his undefeated streak going.
140.
And that will be against Richie Edhouse, who will be playing his first game of the day.
6.
100.
In the early part of John's first game against Stephen Burton, there wasn't a great deal wrong with it. He was hitting his doubles.
140.
He was getting to the double very quickly. He was averaging over 100. The only thing that went wrong was he couldn't finish Stephen off. And if you think about the performance in a positive sense, there's nothing much wrong with it. Just has to do that again and give himself
58.
another match-winning chance. And he will erase the ghost of that first game.
140.
If he has to take the first leg, he may require Andy to miss more doubles.
93.
He has put himself in position just in case that happens,
Going into.
but it does not. And that's a 14 darter from Rocky.
60.
Andy, who is currently playing in his bedroom, has already said he might have to invest in a new bed,
100.
taking his frustration out on the furniture.
82.
Every player who has been fortunate enough to play in the Icons of Darts Live League,
95.
they have had moments of frustration.
58.
John correctly going downstairs on 306.
98.
He was craving the 136.
180.
Andy was craving the 180, and he gets it. Backing John into a bit of a corner here early on.
96.
Fair play to John, who has got himself on a doable out, but again has to rely on a miss from Andy, which this time
62.
he does receive. Can still finish. Can no longer.
72.
Missing that show 19. It was 61 on the last leg.
Yeah, going into. 3. So
It's 59 this time, and the missed doubles are not coming from Andy on this occasion.
100.
Touch of class from Andy just before the start of this match off the air, talking to young John about how
59.
opportunities like this weren't around when players like him were John's age, and that he should take all of the positives from these experiences. I echo those sentiments.
58.
So much more in the way of opportunities for young players now than there ever was.
137.
And the Brown family have got a lot to do with that.
134.
Things like JDC Virtual, which was created when the COVID-19 pandemic hit.
139.
Things like the Junior Darts Corporation itself. And of course, modern amateur darts, which is in its infancy,
60.
but could have a huge say in where darts goes in the next 10 to 15 years.
85.
Andy is very headstrong and has recovered very well from that early big defeat.
58.
If he takes this 81, he will be a big favourite to get this done. 12 for Bull. Gets the treble for double 13.
26 then.
And an out the ring miss offers John an option of Bull of 51. Well, that's 72, so he could go double-double here if he wishes.
36 left.
Somewhat cautious on the first attempt, though. And Andy returns for double 13. Doesn't want to start missing doubles again.
4 left.
And has on the right-hand side of the board. It's John's chance to receive the opportunity and to take it now.
82.
And he finds a beautiful double 9. If only he had hit a double 9 earlier, he would have cleaned up a leg a lot sooner than he did. But that awkward switch from the top right of the board to the top left, he makes it look a lot simpler than it actually is.
100.
Jenks could have been in the distance there with a 3-0 lead. Could have been an insurmountable lead.
96.
And now with John staying in touch, he is very much in this match.
$60.
It was a 5-2 win for Andy Jenkins
145.
on Tuesday. That was the penultimate game of the day.
97.
He doesn't look in a charitable mood right now as he hits the 145 to leave the 160.
100.
I'd be disappointed not to have got a shot at tops there for that 160 because the first start was perfect.
134.
Doesn't look phased by it though.
40.
Two more misses at double. Give John an outside chance, which is still alive. Still alive. Hits it. That's going to make Jenks feel really bad after those two misses. But that 153 from John Brown is the biggest finish of the day. Very impressive young man.
$97.
That is what you call taking the positives from something. If you leave yourself the chance, you can win the leg. If you don't
96.
leave a number, if you leave something like 166, for example, you can't do that. You can't snag a leg from that kind of position. But something like 153, or indeed the 161, the 164s, the 167s, the 170s, leave the right number, and you can still have a chance.
100.
Ooh, 46.
Somewhat inadvertently has left 164 here.
100.
It wasn't on purpose, but he does have 6 darts for it to take the lead after being 2-0 down. Oh, professional stuff.
132.
I really like that. Setting up the double as opposed to going for the big checkout. That shows that he's got his head screwed on.
145.
But now, no mistake on the 32 is allowed. Earlier, he had this exact same shot and missed it. Those two darts were in the way. Jenkins has cultivated this chance for himself after the misses from John. This is a topsy-turvy game. And emotionally, these guys are going through the ringer. Just like I was saying about leaving the right number to
60.
have the chance. From Andy's position there, he's thinking,
40.
put the pressure on. Leave a double. Get close. That's experience.
100.
He will have lost count of how many times he has done that to an opponent and been given the chance and taken it.
43.
But it's what you have to do. Instead of being 3-2 behind, he is now 3-2 up
137.
with a healthy lead and strolling towards a 2-leg gap
Oh,
in no time at all.
45.
You wonder if those misses at double 16 have affected John Brown
84.
after that marvellous 1-5-3 to level the game at 2-all.
140.
That's better. But it may be too late as Andy closes in on tops
Yeah, you gave me 3.
and makes it look very simple for 4-2. There are times when Andy Jenkins plays darts and he makes it look as easy as anyone. And I mean anyone in the world.
95.
Because that action of his has not changed at all, really,
60.
in 25 years. The mechanics of it and the smoothness of that throw have kept him going for the quarter century.
99.
Someone who I think was born to play this game.
59.
Well, leave it up to yourselves, the fans, to
180.
say whether Andy has underachieved in the game. I would have to stick my neck out and say that maybe he has underachieved.
100.
But with his passion and drive, there's no reason why he can't do more in the future. 107 for John Brown to stay in the match. Not taken,
55, sorry.
and Andy is having
Yeah, game shot.
no trouble on the doubles in this one as he strolls to the finish line very, very quickly. And it could have been such a different story if John Brown had taken those shots in the fifth leg. But it is the first 2 points for Andy Jenkins as Stephen Burton comes back to the board, and we welcome Richie Edhouse to the fold for today. let's get back to the action for today's Icons of Darts Live League then. And Richie Edhouse joins us to see if he can get back to winning ways like he did on Monday of last week, where he got 8 points and had 4 very impressive victories.
Really?
I'm just going to make sure that our connection with Richie is at its optimum before we begin. So please bear with us. Apologies for the delayed start to this match by a few moments. Just checking the connectivity for Richie Edhouse. It seems to be at its optimum now, so let's get cracking.
All the best, mate.
Richie will go for ball first.
25.
And like I was saying
Outside.
a few minutes ago, he is looking to get back to winning ways. And it's something that he is very used to.
$60.
One of only 3 players that has won 3 daily titles in a week. Richie, Dave Evans, and of course, Martin Wolfie Adams.
60.
Imagine topping 3 tables in a week. The confidence that that would give you.
134.
He does have a bit of a recovery process to go through today, as he didn't have his best day on
139.
Tuesday. Started with 3 defeats and then did a good job of getting 4 points in the end with 2 late victories against
100.
John Brown and a 5-0 win against Andy Jenkins.
58.
A win over Stephen Burton here would stop his undefeated streak for the day.
99.
And as Mark Webster is joining us next to take on John Brown, it would stop
60.
Stephen Burton from going way into the distance and give everybody a lot of work to do to try and top the table. If you're joining in the early afternoon like Mark is,
68.
you really do want someone to have a defeat under their belt so that they're not too far from your starting position. It was too much for everybody yesterday when Keelan Kay got 6 points after 3 games.
81.
And that leg was too much for Stephen to handle as Richie starts with a 16 darter.
$79.
When you think about all of the players that have
180.
graced the screen since the start of lockdown and the start of the Icons of Darts Live League, and of course the Night of the Darts, which used to give you darting action in the evening time as well. Who has been the most consistent
60.
player throughout the process? And Richie Edhouse is definitely one of those. Martin Adams has played so well. At times, Dave Evans looked invincible. It'll be interesting to see when we do go back to a level of normality and we play
100.
a lot less of online darts, who we look back on as the king of the online game, or indeed the
100.
queen. Don't forget about Fallon Sherrick and some of the things that she's done. She is one of the 19 winners of a daily title.
97.
130 for Stephen to draw level.
105.
A very small miss from Stephen on the 130 offers Richie the opportunity to get 2-0 ahead.
In 3.
He does that. A perfectly graduated visit there. The small miss on the 48. The perfectly centered single. And the great outer ring shot to go to 2-zip. And improves
135.
in that leg by 1 dart to a 15. I mentioned Fallon Sherrick. It has been in the press this week that she is
59.
in the running for Dancing on Ice. And I'm sure everybody watching this will want her to be part of it.
99.
Everybody at MODUS and all of her fans, I'm sure, is wishing her the best in the selection process for that show.
77.
It would be great to see her on the ice doing great service for the game of darts and possibly educating everybody about its current image.
97.
Richie Edhouse has come to play today. He looks very sharp and very ready.
133.
Good use of the dartboard there from Stephen, but it's still Stephen who languishes a dart behind Richie Edhouse, who's going for the 170.
145.
A narrow bullseye miss. He would have taken the biggest of them all to finish a leg and would have eclipsed
80.
the 153 that we've seen from John Brown so far today. 2 hits for 3-0.
In 2.
And he's getting better one dart at a time. Starts with a 16, then he goes to 15, and he has then gone to 14.
$100.
There's nothing to guarantee that he's going to get a 13 here. It's a bit like seeing a roulette wheel hit a red
82.
number 20 times in a row. That does not mean that the next one after that will be a black one.
100.
Someone like me who has studied a lot about probabilities and
81.
all that kind of thing. I'm a bit of a math geek.
57.
It's a good thing to have when you're a dart player. Good mathematical skills and good tactical skills. And that's something that both of these players possess.
134.
And if Richie Edhouse does want to continue the pattern with a 13 darter, he's going to need a 180 here to leave double 12.
$140.
Doesn't get the 180, but he still gets 2 trebles. And the average climbs to 102.
99.
Stephen's not playing poorly here. He's been plodding along with some steady stuff. But Richie is in a very familiar position here as he goes for double 16 again.
3.
Oh, another 15 for 4-0. This is a great display from Richie, who takes the first 4 legs in 60 darts.
100.
Performance of the day yesterday was Jared Cole, who had a great game late on to beat
81.
Diogo Portela, and he did that 5-0 in 75 darts, which is exactly 100.2.
77.
And that's what Richie was on after 4 legs there. See, I told you I was a bit of a math geek.
177.
Another 177 from Stephen. That's a bit of a signature shot for him. Aside from Michael Van Gerwen,
134.
I've never seen a player hit so many 177s as this guy.
97.
And if Richie wants the 5-0, the perfect start to the day, he's going to have to take this 190 in 6, potentially. Because Stephen's in position to leave a smaller figure, but only gets 60. To echo what Jared did yesterday for a 75 dart 5-0 game, he's missed the 25 though.
85.
But this shot is to stop being done 5-0.
Game in 3.
It's the ball. Fair play, Stephen Burton. You didn't wilt on that shot, and you refused to be beaten to 0. That's a great shot. And who's to say that Stephen Burton won't win again
135.
from 4-0 down? It's already happened once today. And if he did it again, there's probably some Kevlar in that dart shirt of his.
$140.
All of a sudden, he's not missing much. 2 trebles. Both
99.
visits so far from the Suffolk thrower. Doesn't live too far away from Peter Wright. A lot of great
59.
darts being thrown by players who live in East Anglia. Steve Beaton lives down there.
95.
Mervyn King, Peter Wright, Ryan Meikle, amongst others. Andrew Gildings from Suffolk.
97.
And at this point, while I'm mentioning those great players, I'd like to wish Dennis Priestley a happy 70th birthday.
100.
One of the legends of our sport. He's 70, and that's exactly what Stephen requires.
Game in 3.
There you go, happy birthday, Den, because Stephen's just hit your age on the dartboard. Also keeps him kicking in this game.
57.
The closer he gets, the more Richie will doubt
41.
that he will get a match-winning shot. Just because you're 4-0 up in a best-of-9 game
99.
does not mean you're guaranteed a shot for the match.
99.
Honours even in leg 7.
60.
But the scores from earlier seem to have evaporated.
180.
And Stephen is finding the stuff that Richie was getting earlier.
83.
This situation is getting a bit tricky. And I've just noticed that Richie Edhouse has shaved off his goatee beard that he had the other day. Maybe he thought it was unlucky. Some players are very superstitious.
58.
But right now, it looks like Richie's going to be looking over his shoulder.
Lost.
Oh, he went for 17 for double 12 and he hit it too high. No score. And Richie, can he get a match dart? He can't.
96.
Surely Stephen gets the 17 this time.
29.
And does not find the double 6. So he has offered the match-winning chance to Richie after 6 darts from 41.
In 3.
And he's found
Well,
the
Richie.
match-winning shot. That was a bonus when he's missed no match darts earlier, but Stephen Burton was coming back at him. He wasn't able to keep it going though. So Richie Edhouse inflicts his first defeat on Stephen Burton as Mark Webster comes in now to try and get the perfect week. In comes Mark. Let's see what he's got. Welcome back to today's action, and John Brown will now play his third game of the day against Tuesday's undefeated champion. Two words that go very, very well together. Champion and undefeated.
Outside.
And considering the manner of the win on Tuesday, I think
25.
Mark will feel very, very positive about his chances today. He's up against someone who has lost his first two games. He's in position,
100.
a great position to win his first one, but after hitting 153 checkout against Andy Jenkins in his second match, and he hit the afterburners after that and took the next three legs to win 5-2.
140.
It could turn into
47.
a very interesting afternoon ahead, because Stephen Burton losing his first game of the day in his third match now offers the opportunity for everybody to catch him, and it also offers
82.
Richie Edhouse, Mark Webster and Dave Evans the opportunity to get started well and catch him a little bit easier. But Webster is in the same sort of mood as he was on Tuesday after that 177 and can punish very, very early. That's exactly what he was doing the other day. John had the chance to take the 132, fails to do so, and Mark sweeps up the easy two-darter. Mark, who will be working at the World Match Play next week as an analyst and a commentator. I'm sure he will
80.
give you the insight that you require. And I'm sure it'll be very strange for Mark working at the Match Play this year with no fans there, but there will be the noise of the fans anyway, as it will be piped in by the PDC. I was talking with Mark a couple of days ago for our darts manufacturer about
60.
what we think is going to happen at the World Match Play, and there's a lot of great games in the first round. John just going off the boil a little bit on the scoring here.
41.
He's been very straight today. He does maybe need to use the 19s and 18s a little bit more frequently.
85.
Because if he does block that 60 bed, there's lots of other beds that are waiting to be hit.
83.
Can Mark find the top right corner of that 60? Well, the line was perfect.
60.
He's unable to find the red bit. Fabulous visit from John Brown to pressurise this two-darter from Mark. Double 10.
Oh, that's straight.
He thought it was in, but it's a double 15, and the score is bust. So John has a chance to equalise,
Game and one.
and does. Made that look very simple, did young John Brown.
Oh, John. 85.
And many a dart to win the first match of the day. 7-match darts against Stephen Burton in multiple legs.
26.
Has that double 15 derailed Mark a little bit?
100.
The last thing he needs to do is lose early today.
59.
When you have that perfect day, you don't want to lose any games. You feel like you've got the other players where you want them.
140.
You have to admire John Brown for the way he is enjoying this experience and fighting his way through some of these legs.
137.
He's definitely got the advantage in this leg.
96.
He's done a good job there of leaving the 2 darter, and it's difficult for Mark to leave a finish from 279, and now it's impossible.
60.
Doesn't have to go 25 bull here.
Oh, 26.
The last thing you need to be doing for your own confidence, though,
34.
is missing singles. Mark sees the weakness and is creeping up closer as John only gets 1 dart at double top and should have had 3. Double 14.
57.
Those shots were going in on Tuesday, but they were very, very close. They were well thrown darts. That's a marker.
Game in 2.
And really, really well used. Look how much of that bed could still be seen even when the dart goes in there. That just goes to show how much of that marker he was able to use as he went slightly to the left of it. That was probably the best dart he's thrown today. If not the double 18 on the end of the 153, of course. If Mark Webster wants the same
180.
result as the other day against John Brown, he's going to have to win all 4 legs from here to get a 5-2 win.
96.
Looks like John Brown's having none of that, as he scores 5 treble 20s in his
83.
first 6 darts. Gets 6 from 9, which is very tidy.
80.
Oh, that's a really, really unfortunate collision there for Mark. Stops him from getting to the 2 darter, and John Brown decides to split the 38,
83.
and what a great decision. That is the best leg of the day from John, and it gives him a 2-leg gap against Tuesday's winner, Mark Webster.
100.
Don't see many players do that on 98. But even with Mark on a doable out there, he backed himself on double 16. I think that shows a great deal of maturity.
100.
Make no mistake, when he's playing against the likes of Mark Webster, the blood will be pumping, the heart will be throbbing a bit. We'll be a little bit nervous gaining this kind of experience. But he's doing such a good job with it. And his scoring phase over the last couple of legs has been world class.
97.
Even though in the early part of his first match with Stephen Burton today, he was averaging over 100, I think he's playing better now than he was early on today.
137.
Needs a 60. Gets it for double 8.
80.
And doesn't miss by much. But maybe Webster needs this 122 to stay in the match, and he's not going to get it.
42.
John Brown has cultivated this chance for himself to go 4-1 ahead. That's a nasty lie. Probably good that he's going to a fresh bed now. That's why. A great shot. And John Brown is striding. I think you'd have to say it. If John Brown gets the win in this
60.
one, it is an upset. Because this would be
84.
John Brown's first win of the week and Mark Webster's first defeat.
55.
But Mark would admit that he has not been on his A game throughout the 5 legs that we've seen in this match so far,
96.
and John has been the better player overall.
57.
However, the job is not done yet. This leg is against the throw, and he's already got the darts.
100. $60.
The treble 20 bed has a goalkeeper in front of it for Mark in this match,
85.
throwing darts that are peppering the outer and underside of the wires.
59.
And again, John Brown now has 6 darts from 136 to win. Possibly get it done here.
120.
Match dart has gone. And hopefully for him, the experience of earlier on today will stand him in good stead, and he shouldn't get it missed this time.
Game in 2.
He's found a great performance from young John Brown to get his first 2 points of this week and inflict an early defeat on Mark Webster. So work to do for Mark. But Andy Jenkins will rejoin us as Dave Evans joins the squad today to see if Dave Evans could possibly snag another daily title. We'll be right back. It's a big warm welcome to Dave Evans, who joins our action for this afternoon. And he will go up against Andy Jenkins in his first game of today. We have 2 more matches before we take a very short interval. And
That's
then
25.
go into this afternoon's 8 games, at which we will crown our
25.
last champion of the week. And our last champion before the World Match Play begins on Saturday in Milton Keynes.
25.
25. Bullseye.
That could be too good.
Bullseye.
And
10.
is too good, as Dave Evans takes
All best,
the
Andy.
bullseye and
And you
will
might-
throw in the odd numbered legs. Dave Evans had a very unusual day on Tuesday,
58.
where he started quite slowly, losing the first game against Mark Webster
81.
and wrestling 2 points away from Richie Edhouse. It was quite a puzzling start to the session for him. But only getting 4 points in the day, make no mistake, is under par for
57.
Dave Evans. And I don't mean that in a golfing sense, which is good.
100.
Dave Evans is not getting 6 or 8 points or even 10. And that is a day that he'd much rather forget.
98.
Looking to go out on a very big high for Thursday.
85.
And it all starts here. But Andy's played 2 games so far today. And one of them
140.
was a bit of a shell shock, really. Stephen Burton taking a 5-1 victory after too many missed doubles from Andy in that one, offering too many chances to
65.
birdie. But the recovery in the next game was very good against John Brown. He was 2-all with young John,
92.
and then reeled off 3 consecutive legs to win 5-2. That could prove to be key in the table later on this afternoon.
98.
2 darts for the first leg for Dave Evans,
46.
and misses at tops and tens to gift Andy a chance. He'll stay on 20s for double 16
Game in for it.
and finds it. Typical Andy Jenkins style, leaving double 16 if he can, because that's his preferred corner.
$99.
Dave sporting his yellow shirt today,
134.
looking to massage his inner Dave Chisnell maybe and score lots of 180s.
125.
But I would say that Dave would admit right now that he's not playing his A-game stuff. He's almost trying
40.
to rediscover some of the form he showed about 2 months ago, where a lot of these
100.
leagues were going his way because he was, without a doubt, the best player playing at that time. An abundance of 180s hit. A ridiculous amount of high
100.
finishes. I remember one game especially where I think it was maybe a month ago,
137.
he hit 3 121 checkouts in the same match. Now, I've only ever seen that done once before.
140.
Tops for Andy. Now 10s. Now 5s.
Please hit a double today, Jinx. 35.
Almost like an Andy Jenkins prayer there. Please hit a double. Bullseye will compound Andy's pain, and it does. Well, you get 3 darts at tops. Your opponent is sitting on 87. You get the first try, and you think it's easy. Just hit 1 of 3. And then Dave takes the more difficult of the 2
93.
chances to equalise the score at 1 leg all when you know it should be 2-0.
41.
If Andy starts to miss doubles like he did in game 2 today against Stephen Burton, then for me, Dave Evans is going to get too many chances. And he's not the kind of player to relinquish those
100.
chances.
Well,
When Andy gets frustrated, you may see him just try and pick up the pace a little bit.
162.
Oh, that's a great use of the 18s. When you get the 2 treble 18s, you are forced to go for the third because a 25 does not leave you a finish. So you have to be
60.
aggressive on the inner ring, and that's exactly what he was there. Great use of the board, this. Treble 19 again. For double 16.
Game in 3.
Look at that for a 6-dart kill. It does not get better than that. And you may think I'm getting a bit overexcited, but to see a dart player use the 18s to its full effect and then use the 19s to leave the outer ring, that for me is world-class stuff right there. Fair play, Dave Evans.
140.
I have seen 6-dart conversions in my time as a player.
99.
My personal best is 341, and I've done that a couple of times. But for me,
81.
that was better because it was just more creative. It was using the board a little bit more, and that's the kind of thing that really makes me happy about this game,
99.
because you have players who will get their maths right, get their tactics right, and get their execution right.
85.
That for me was one of the highlights of the week.
$140.
125.
And he's responded very well here to be in position to equalise himself. But he now knows that Dave can take any shot.
97.
And he doesn't want to give him a shot at that 126. Double 6.
6 left.
He has. And the bad thing about this shot is it's 2 treble 19s again. 3 of them needed. Fails on this occasion. So Andy has been
58.
given a reprieve. Does he go straight for double 3? Or does he split? Straight for it. Finds it with the last dart. You can see that Andy Jenkins is trying very, very hard to stay with Dave here in what has been a very entertaining first 4 legs of this one. Now the best of 5 to see who gets the points here.
140.
Ton.
Things could be very, very different if Andy had missed that double 3 with the last dart. He's been playing darts for 3 decades,
96.
but he still gives it the fist pump when he hits a double 3 in a tight game like this.
Ton.
Don't tell me that Andy Jenkins doesn't love this game.
95.
170 left by Dave. Andy now cannot leave a finish.
55.
And maybe seeing Dave in the lead once more. That treble five has been a magnet in the last couple of visits for both players.
95.
Last opportunity to get close.
140.
That's not bad. One dart at tops for Evans.
55.
Pitches it just underneath the tops. And this is a chance for Andy. On double 13.
Go.
Gets it. And that's a really good tactic to use when you have the angle of entry that Jenks has. Just above the 60. Do not, when you think you've only got one chance to win the leg, do not go to the 54 there. Use the dart as well.
41.
Get the 60 and give yourself one shot at double 13. The right tactic, the right execution. And now has the lead.
100.
Said he was going to pick up the pace, and he is definitely doing that now. We will have one more game before the short interval, and that will be Stephen Burton
60.
returning to the hockey to see if he can get to 6 points. But he'll be up against Mark Webster, who will need to respond after losing 5-1 to John Brown in the last game. Such a graceful throw that Dave Evans possesses. That
85.
lovely retrieval from the left hand, the slow process of bringing the dart up to address.
140.
One of those throws that if you were to look at it in slow motion, it would look probably even better than it does right now.
100.
Advantage Jenkins here.
100.
Can Dave find one more big finish to stay in touch? Possibly. Double 18.
Game in 3.
Oh, that'll sting. 146 and a 156. And they have kept him in this game. It is conceivable that Jenkins could be home and hosed
96.
right now. But the reason he is not is because of the brilliance of Dave Evans.
26.
This has been, and I mean this with all due respect to the first game, which was 4-0 to Brown and then 5-4 to Burton, but this is a better game.
100.
It's nowhere near from being over yet.
40.
Has that 156 really broken Andy Jenkins' spirit? He's going to think he just can't get rid of Dave Evans right now.
100.
And he may be looking at a deficit after this one, because Dave has continued to stay straight and very effective on the 60. You may look at the ball now. That doesn't harm him very much.
46.
Double top for another ton plus checkout. And it is another one. This is a clinic on how to finish legs off. If he keeps doing this today, I'm going to run out of paper writing those checkouts down. Just more evidence that when he gets going on those finishes, he is as good as anyone.
$58.
We have seen some incredible displays of finishing in the last 3 to 4 months. I mentioned the
140.
321 finishes from Evans in that one match. This one, he's had a 146, a 156, and a 114. How about the game that Portela played against Martin Adams, where he had 270 checkouts in that one?
59.
And he's not out of this yet. If he can take it to a 9th leg, anything is possible.
98.
Dave is not able to leave a finish from 308 this time.
60.
But that visit without a treble could be key. Can Dave get in amongst it? He's got to stay on the 20s here.
60.
But he fails to get a treble this time. 25 required. Gets it. If Dave Evans takes this 150 out, you just have to hold your hands up and say, well played. Not this time. He will have fancied it.
90.
No misses afforded here. Double 5. Huge dart.
Oh,
Gets it to take us to the 9th. This game deserves a 9th leg. And the key thing is that Dave Evans hit the bull to give him the start here. He now has to use it.
140.
If this afternoon is going to be as exciting as this game, my voice is going to be very similar to what it was like at Christmas time at the World Championships. Very crackled.
$60.
140 gets him level.
140.
Only a point adrift.
$97.
Great switch. A huge dart there to maintain pressure on Jenkins, and he goes the wrong way for 302.
85.
Eighteen's now
128.
and gets 2 of the 54s. Jenkins surely here needs to leave 117 at the very worst.
60.
And he hasn't been able to get down to a 1 treble out. It's out of his hands and has been since the start of the leg.
58.
And a match dart goes for Dave. Can it be Andy to get the big out this time? This time it's for the match. It's a treble 1. And for a flitting second there, Andy thought that was in the 60.
Uh, 40 on.
Double 9. He's going to switch for double 8.
Oh, wow. 2 scored.
And 3 match shots have gone. It is now a 1 treble out for Andy Jenkins. And the treble 19 shot is 2 centimeters too low.
59.
Evans gets 3 more for this game. An edgy last leg, which could result in 2 points for Dave.
Game in 1.
And does. That was a great game to watch and great for me to call. Some sheer quality from both players, but ultimately it was that one last edgy leg that gets Dave Evans over the line for his first 2 points of the day. Mark Webster will return now as he takes on Stephen Burton to take us to the interval. Welcome back to the 7th game of today. And Stephen Burton will now play his 4th match of this morning and early afternoon to see if he can get his way to 6 points before he plays his final game this afternoon against Dave Evans. But Mark Webster looking to get his first 2 points
Outside.
against Stephen after losing his first game 5-1 to John Brown. But if Webster was to win this match, it would make everything very enticing going into the later part of the session, because Mark is the only person who doesn't have any points yet.
1, 3, 4.
If he does get the 2, you would have Stephen Burton on 4 and everybody else on 2, which would make for a very interesting afternoon in the league. It's not that Mark played poorly against John Brown in his first game.
58.
John improved his performance at a time where Mark was just hitting a lot of steady scores as opposed to the blistering stuff we got from him on Tuesday. Lots of things like 59, 60, tons as opposed to 140s and 180s.
7.
With his leg difference behind everybody else's already after one game, Mark will be hoping for 2 points and
59.
a nice rebound in the leg difference as well to try and get himself in the mix.
60.
40.
That's a better visit from Mark. Started this leg with a 1-3-4 and 3 visits of single segments, but the 140 takes him to 53, which gives him the leg winning opportunity. Second time today, he's gone for double 10 and hit the 15 segment. Another 20 for Bull, but now the double 5. Oh, and he's at double 12. He's gone next door. Double 2.
3.
A great find. That dart was in the way of double 2, and he's gone aggressively at the top right corner and hit it. It was a great dart from Webby. Stephen Burton does like double 12, but right now he does not.
140.
Is that the dart that shot the double 2? Is that the dart that gives Mark the kickstart that he needs today? He looked in so much control on Tuesday. In every single game he played, he looked in control.
140.
Not just the points total, but the leg difference total made you think that that was one of the steadiest and most impressive
100.
displays that we've seen over the last few months.
100.
When you look at his margins of victory, he was never put under a massive
99.
amount of pressure. Wins of 5-3, 5-2, 5-2, 5-3, and 5-2. No match going to a 9th leg decider. But double 18 for him will get him to 2-0 up.
38. 40.
Single 20. Well, now he needs 20 from double 10.
40.
And that wasn't far away, that third dart. It was kissing the wire. And Webster has a great guide for double 9
2.
and uses it in a pinpoint fashion to get to 2-0 up. Even though the averages aren't great at this point, Webster has been in control of both legs.
140.
And the third leg in a row where he has started with 2 trebles.
140.
And Stephen working his way back into this one. He's been close
45.
in both legs that he's lost. He could be the one that's 2-0 up.
97.
When you hear Stephen Burton calling the scores, you just get the feeling with the way he talks.
137.
He could be a really good caller. He's got a really nice delivery.
140.
Right thing to do there is to switch to the 19s. Stephen gets another chance to take the leg. It's on double 11. Oh, great shot. We're getting a great amount of different finishes today. What we should have done here at Motorsports is have a game of checkout bingo, where you have a card full of all of the checkouts, randomize the numbers, and whoever has
57.
the checkouts, scrub them off. Let's see who gets the line across
180.
or down. Today you would have seen plenty of ton plus checkouts. A 146, a 156, a 114, a 124, a 153. It's been all sorts going on. And the strange thing is, 2 days ago we had some great darts, but we didn't get any big checkouts really. Treble 20 is starting to elude Mark again. You have to use that trusty treble 19 that used to be his best friend.
$60.
Can't afford to get too frustrated.
100.
As Stephen leaves himself on tops after 15.
58.
That has been the story of his day, as Stephen equalises at 2-2.
$58.
And again, minor misses on the treble, resulting in only 58. This pattern cannot continue if he wants to get points on the board.
140.
That's better. This game is taking shape
60.
in a similar fashion to the last game that we had, which was the best of the day by quite some way for me.
139.
Evans getting the points there, and Mark getting a really good approach to leave a finish from 303.
85.
Decides not to go for it.
6.
I think that's the right thing to do when your opponent is not on a checkout. But
140.
he is now. There's the 8. He's going for the treble 16 there, but now he's going for tops.
23.
Great shot. Not a good first start, but darts 2 and 3 were perfect.
41.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us today if you so wish. If you have any questions about
45.
the upcoming darts at the World Match Play, or potentially about the Icons of Darts Live League, or any of the players, of course, please forward them to at Modus Darts 180, or indeed myself at the Asset 180. And this afternoon, I will take
105.
a few questions and we'll read them out on the air, and please keep them positive.
140.
Anything silly, I'm sure, will be disregarded.
100.
desperately wants to get to a finish here, Mark Webster.
43.
Doesn't do so. And Stephen is not far behind him.
140.
And he is way in front now in the 6th.
100.
This is the point in the game where it can turn. But double 8,
17-3.
but gets double 4. Stephen Burton to equalise at 3-3. Webster was waiting on the 2 darter to potentially go to 4-2 up, but that is not going to happen.
100.
This game is getting very tight as we go into a best of 3 at the end.
81.
Averages have been in the late 70s and now in the 80s for all of this game. It has not been
177.
a statistical classic, but there's another one of those characteristic 177s from Stephen Burton.
58.
59.
This is tight. Webster will be thinking, please get a couple of trebles here.
93.
That's a great last dart. But like the last leg, Stephen is only just behind
100.
and is finding the treble. The 154 is not going. So Webster has to hope that Birdie is not going to find 2 or possibly 3 accurate darts here. Double 11 again.
73.
It's gone inside. You can see it's getting tight. Webster for 10s. This is a big dart at double 5.
10.
3 darts missed. And double 4.
11-3.
Oh, he's found it. I'm not sure the dart was 100% comfortable. There was a little bit of a stutter in the retrieval from the left hand, but he has found double 4 for 4-3 in front. And Stephen can now serve out this game for 5-3 and
59.
get himself to 6 points and put himself in a very strong position for today's table. Still able to post 8 points.
40.
And everybody will then have to catch him. Looking to become
96.
number 20. The 20th player to have won a daily league title.
59.
80.
Oh, a dart on the floor. And that helps Webster in a big way. And his first response is a treble 20.
99.
Decides not to go to the 18s. Decides to stay on the 20. I understand what he's doing.
96.
But he will have to leave something small here.
58.
He does understand that there have been too many treble-less visits in his first 2
118.
games. And Stephen finds his first ton plus of the leg at the key time
50.
to set up a match-winning chance on double 16.
Game into. Jeez.
And that's what we have. Stephen Burton,
Cheers,
the
Mark.
first
Thanks for letting me
person to 6 points. A wonderful, wonderful win for him, and he will have the opportunity to post 8 points in a few games' time. We're going to take a quick break, and we will return with John Brown and Dave Evans at 1:40 British time. We will see you after the break. Welcome back to today's action, and it is John Brown versus Dave Evans to get us cracking in the second half of today's action.
25.
This will be the last afternoon session of the week, and
25.
until the 27th of July, when the Icons of Darts Live League will return upon the conclusion of the World Match Play in Milton Keynes.
Bullseye.
That's 25.
Dave Evans will throw first in this one and can still have the perfect record for today after being made to work very, very hard in his first game with Andy Jenkins.
96.
But in that game, Dave Evans was a darting highlight reel.
58.
He may not have had his most consistent performance, but he found what he needed to find
96.
at some very key times in that match. John Brown has got himself off the mark today with a very tidy 5-1 victory over Mark Webster
164.
in what was his third game of the day. There we see more evidence from Dave Evans as to
83.
the knowledge he has on how to leave a finish from the early 300s. Can he have a 300 plus kill in 6 again? He
109.
can't. But this is still exemplary stuff. The 164 from 309 to leave the finish, and every dart
180.
was aimed at the right bed.
Game in 1.
He's pressurized by the 180 of John Brown, but Dave goes straight back in to start his game with a 13 darter.
140.
John will feel so much better knowing that he has points in the bank today. Tuesday, he worked very hard and had some great
99.
games, but wasn't able to get off the mark in his 5. There's 2 remaining games.
43.
This one against Dave Evans and a battle with Richie Edhouse in a couple of games' time.
96.
He can still get himself to 6 points, which at this point would equalise Stephen Burton, who was the only person on that mark.
134.
Another 300 plus leave from Dave Evans, the 60 needed
96.
to leave the 170. And not getting there gives John Brown the ability to
100.
leave a finish, which he will have a poke at the next time he visits the Oki.
$140.
Could be a key shot, even at this early stage.
Game 2.
But look at that lovely, smooth 84 out from that young man. I'm not sure he has thrown 2 smoother darts today.
59.
You just get the feeling that the likes of Keelan Kay, Jared Cole,
80.
John Brown, what they need to do is play in things like this very often against players of the
59.
experience of the likes of Dave Evans and Richie Edhouse and Andy Jenkins and Mark Webster. The more they do so, the more comfortable they will feel
134.
in these types of games in tournaments, and the more threatening they will become in the future.
100.
The scary thing about yesterday with Keelan's win is that I believe he won all 5 games
134.
yesterday without playing his best.
$96.
tickles your taste buds for the future, doesn't it? To see how good these young men can be. Switching
59.
now and doesn't get the treble. But the 88 won't hold any fear for him, especially as he got the 84 and 2 the last time he was looking at this kind of checkout.
35.
He's under a little bit more pressure on this occasion, though. Double 7.
Game of 3.
Oh, really good. Well done, John. Closing out his opponent when having the chance is a really good sign of form and confidence. I've always said
93.
that what you should be practicing before you go into a tournament situation are the finishes between 60 and 130. That's the range that you need to be
99.
really sharp on. And an excellent practice game is to start on 60 and incrementally
57.
go up. So if you were to hit the 60 checkout in 3 darts, you then go up 10. And then if you fail
96.
on a shot, you go down 1. So there's a lot of fluctuation as to the shots that you would be taking out. So good practice around different parts of the board.
60.
The game, of course, finishes, if you so wish, by hitting 170 at the end.
58.
Give that game a try the next time you have a big practice session. And you can do it with other people as well. It's definitely helped me in my career.
140.
Too many times in this match, Dave has been forced to switch.
60.
On this occasion, he decides to be stubborn on the 60, and I think I understand why. He wanted to try and leave 148 if possible.
97.
John Brown is finding good trebles in key pressure moments in this match.
58.
He's taking advantage of the fact that his opponents are not doing what he's doing. Single 3 for tops.
Game of 3.
Well, that is the second time today he has missed the big single and rectified the situation thereafter in that visit. A good show of mental strength from the young man from Bristol.
100.
If John Brown was to get
97.
4 or even 6 points today, how much will he rue the fact that he let a 4-0 lead slip in the first game of the day against league leader
134.
Stephen Burton?
$93.
This is an improved leg from Dave. He knows from 3-1 down he has to put his foot down somewhat, otherwise he'll be
97.
steamrolled. Got to keep chipping away at those scores. And 97 now has got to be a bad visit.
58.
Another one of those will be handy.
96.
But for what seems like the first time in the match, Dave has a little bit of time to negotiate the shot.
93.
$32 remain.
Game in 2.
And a really good check out of 74 for the 14 darter to get within 1. An important hold. And if he can maintain that accuracy in this one,
57.
he's going to make it hard for John to hold himself. If Dave has had a miss in the last
93.
couple of leagues he's played, it's that first dart at the 60 that's gone a bit low. When he gets it right,
43.
he does predominantly capitalize on that. So the first dart does need just a little bit of work. That's perfect.
95.
And you can see he's trying to hit that dart once it is in the right position.
140.
You do the same here. Just trying to snag it underneath, and there he does it.
100.
Can John Brown get to 4-2 up?
57.
It's less likely now with Dave having taken the throw away from him.
177.
Gets it for the impeccable leave of 36 from 2-1-3.
93.
Good double switching in this match from John Brown. A few times he's found
Game
that
in 1.
last start on treble 18, but now he's in a level game. And Dave Evans is starting to find his range. And the last couple of legs have been very good indeed. 14 and 13 darts.
134.
And the switching is working too.
$140.
This is my first proper look at John Brown this week from the commentary box.
180.
And I am very impressed with what I see. I am genuinely excited about the future of our game.
81.
Because not only do I think we have bags of talent coming through, but I think we have image-changing players coming through as well.
57.
And for me, that is the next stage of this sport. To change people's perceptions of what darts used to be to what it is now.
60.
Not an easy thing to do. But things are happening in the background with darts right now. The troubles within the BDO have been well documented. And it's people like John's father, Steve, who are trying to make sure that everybody has a home to play darts in the future.
32.
John's not able to leave a finish from 220. That is a mistake. And Evans looking for double 6. Now double 3.
Oh, come on. 66.
Somewhat cautiously went for that double 3. Because he didn't want to find himself on 1-1-1.
180.
Magic 180 from John, because this is not an easy shot now for Dave Evans.
Come on.
Got to give it a go.
Oh, that's miles away. No score.
That 180 completely changed that shot. The pressure was applied.
Game 1.
And John Brown, take a bow. 188 in 4. And now he will try and serve this one out against a very dangerous stretch.
140.
The improvement in his game today, I have to applaud him. It could so easily have been
60.
14, 13, 14 for Dave in a 41 leg, 3-leg burst. 41 dot, 3-leg burst. And he could have been 4-3 ahead himself, but misses at double 6 and double 3 have cost him dear.
134.
Just before the halfway point of this leg, John has the lead and still has the darts.
58.
3 darts that are too low. Sign have a tense arm. Has to switch.
59.
John retains the lead. We'll go for the double switch
57.
and only gets 57. Sign that he's tightening up a little bit here. Desperately wants this win. Evans has already been in a 5-4 today, which was a tremendous game with Andy Jenkins. Will we be going that far again?
98.
Great last start and sets up 52 for the match, but only if Dave Evans can't hit another blockbuster of an out.
No, it's miles away.
He was trying for the two triple 18s and tops. John, who has missed a single on a shot like this before in the match.
Oh, John.
Oh, it's the
Who's
one
scored?
thing he could not do, and that's why I thought he might go 12 double top. He has thrown a lot of darts in this leg which have gone short, and that's why I thought going for the 12 was the best thing to do. Evans, to take advantage of that huge miss, has one dart left at 32.
No, it's miles away. 18.
Evidently frustrated, and surely this time John has to go high in the single or go for the 12. Does the right thing. Two darted tops to win 5-3.
42.
Two narrow misses and echoes of the first game of the day where he missed 7 match darts. Evans hits this and he will be favourite for the win.
Come on. Game in 3.
Finds it.
Almost David.
Sorry, John. All the best, buddy.
Almost.
Our nerves are being shredded today. Not only does Evans survive match chances, but he now has the throw.
58.
Look at this. For a response. Just what Dave Evans did not want to hear. He is up to it.
180.
Well, that's what John Brown did not want to hear. These are the games that build character, and your response under pressure has to be applauded when you deliver, and that's what John has done, but so has Dave.
99.
Dave Evans will have that 164 to win 5 legs to 4 for 2 more points. But John Brown is having
170.
an immense leg here. If he doesn't get a shot at the 11, he will shake his head.
Sorry, just check. Sorry.
And Evans just misses that second 57 for a shot at the bull. The question
96.
now is, where does John go for the single? Single 3. It's a good single for double 4.
Oh,
He has wired double 2. And more match darts have gone. Can Evans break his heart? One dot at double 16.
No, it's miles away.
And he has
36.
not found the target. $180, $140, $170, and 7, and 4 more there for John Brown to win 5-4 in a nerve-shredding game that denies Dave Evans the unbeaten day, and it's his defeat in the second game, which opens things up even more as John Brown gets to 4 points. But Andy Jenkins will rejoin as he takes on Richie Edhouse in about 5 minutes.
3, mate. Yeah.
Welcome back to game number 9 of the day, and Andy Jenkins' 4th game of his campaign. He has this game with Richie Edhouse
All the best, mate.
and
All the best, Stevie.
one against
I mean,
Mark Webster at
Rich.
3:20 British time in just over an hour
Sorry,
to
mate.
try and see if he can get to 6 points, which Stephen Burton
25.
is already at. In the next game, though, Stephen Burton will have the opportunity to post
All the best, mate.
8
All the
points.
best.
Okay.
If he does that, Richie Edhouse
60.
can still catch him because he has not been defeated yet. 1 game, 1 win. And that was
40.
against Stephen Burton, which could be vital. Just to reiterate the rules, 2 points for a win, nothing for a loss, of course. The margin of victory
100.
counts towards your leg difference. And if at the end of the day you are level with someone on points and leg difference, it will then go to the head-to-head record between those 2
140.
players on the day.
$58.
Richie has had a couple of hours to get ready for this game,
6.
and I guarantee you he hasn't been practicing that whole time, but he'll have been taking incremental periods when he just
41.
wants to go back to the board and keep his arm warm. The thing about this format is that you want to be playing at your peak
170.
in 20 to 25 minute intervals. So a good way of practicing for things like this
81.
is to practice for half an hour, take half an hour off, then another half an hour, then another half an hour off.
Game shot.
As Andy Jenkins
Good
gets
for it.
himself the first leg in the bank with a steady 18 darter. Richie is yet to find his range. Didn't have any trouble with that in his first game. He was massively in front against Stephen Burton, only
59.
for Stephen to take 2 legs in a row and start a comeback, but was afforded 1 chance to finish the game off, and that's exactly what Richie did.
121.
Now, these guys have been going at it many, many times over the last few months.
55.
And what they can now do this afternoon is put everything they have into this because they know they've got a break coming up.
140.
And you may be thinking
42.
of the game they had on Tuesday where Richie won 5-0 and will desperately want revenge for that.
100.
Nice lead for tops after 12 here from Edhouse. We'll be hoping that he doesn't have to be going for his
77.
namesake in this match, which is Madhouse, double 1. Double 10.
20.
You hope for Richie's sake that he doesn't have a nightmare on the doubles in this
60.
visit to invite Andy closer. But is he going to end up in the madhouse?
No score.
Does the right thing, checks Andy's score. He's outside of the finishing zone, so bust the score and go back to that bigger original target.
40.
Meltdown there from Andy Jenkins to leave 168. That's the white flag in this leg.
In 1.
And maybe he knew that Richie was going to hit that double 10. But you never want to leave a bogey number no matter what happens, just in case you are gifted an extra opportunity.
$100.
time Andy throws his first dart. I would never want to be that dart,
140.
because he's the kind of player that when he gets it in there and he's trying to hit a
79.
180, for example, he's aiming for the flight to try and get them as close together, and he throws those darts very, very hard.
60.
Look at the ferocity of that dart going forward.
83.
If they were to measure the speed of someone's forearm coming through for a throw, I think Andy Jenkins will be up there as one of the fastest.
60.
$59.
Can Richie get in that lipstick to get to a finish?
100.
Yes.
$75.
Just losing the range, but the bullseye cover is good.
$89.
Where does Andy go for this? Does he go bull? Nope. 86 left. And Richie
97.
should realistically here be 2-1 up. Can choose his finishing double of choice, which is double 16.
36.
And this, I think, has to be classified as a scrappy game.
Nice score.
But no, no, no. Double 13 when going for double 4 is never going to work.
In 3.
Finds it with the third dart,
A normal.
and Edhouse does edge in front. I'm just going to gloss over the averages in this game, which I'm
100.
sure the players are aware aren't their best. We're just waiting for them to catch
100.
fire a little bit. And I have to say, I don't think they should be really tired, as they have only played 3 leagues in the space of a week and a half. Not as compacted a
60.
schedule as we have seen in some weeks over the last few months. So maybe just a little bit of long day ring rust from these players.
91.
When you play a long league day in consecutive days for days on end,
100.
your arm gets used to the trials and the tribulations of long tournament days. But at the
98.
moment, both players are suffering a little bit. Andy seems to be jumping on that first dart now.
80.
Double 12.
In 2.
And finds 3-1 up,
Cheers, mate.
looking to get another win over Jenkins this week. If Andy was to lose this match, his best
140.
possible score would be 4 points. And it would all come down to his game with Mark Webster later this afternoon.
60.
Richie will feature in the penultimate match of the day
140.
against Mark Webster, and the game before that against Dave Evans. But you wonder what kind of importance there will be on the final match of the day between Evans and Webster. With Mark losing his first 2 games of the day,
137.
it's very unlikely he's going to reach top spot again. Evans is 1-1 at the moment, 1 loss, 1 win. He can still make 8 points, but this next game he has with Stephen Burton is massive.
66. Yeah.
All of a sudden, Andy Jenkins has found his form in this leg.
92. 93.
3 2 visits.
Game shot, 1 dart.
And has found a 13 darter from absolutely nowhere. Because previous to that particular leg, he was not playing well. That will make him feel so much better.
58.
These players just proving that you can have all the
Done.
talent in the world. But darts is still a very tough game to master.
$84.
I heard a line from the great
96.
poker pundit Mike Sexton once, a guy I had the privilege of meeting once in Nottingham. And he coined the phrase for playing cards that No Limit Hold'em was a game you could take no time at all to learn, but it takes you a
130.
lifetime to master. And I think that's very apt for this game as well. It takes you no time at all to learn how to throw a dart at a dartboard, but in order to master
57.
it, it will take you a lifetime.
$99.
Better darts from Jenkins. Again, on a finish after 12. Looking to level the score up.
16.
And Edhouse is having real trouble in the scoring phase of his game right now.
Oh, score.
Well, Andy, what have you done there? It wasn't a miscount. Because he knew it was no score
134.
straight after he threw it. Must have slipped out of his hand. That's the only thing I can think of. Tops.
56.
And Richie can steal this one away.
Into.
Wow. Richie was not in that leg at all.
Yeah.
And then crept up and had one chance. And Jenkins' face tells the story. It's Andy to throw first in the 7th. And
Yeah.
that leg is
enough.
very symptomatic of what has happened to him today. Lots of missed doubles in his first match with Stephen Burton cost him a big, big loss. He lost 5-1 in that one,
140.
but it's conceivable he could have won 5-1.
140.
And that loss to Dave Evans this morning as well. That was the game of the day,
100.
littered with big finishes, but Jenkins in the end
60.
missed the chance to get the 2 points there as well. And if he's going to get them here, he's going to have to be pretty close to perfect.
57.
140.
And he's lucky that he got a 60 on that last dart, otherwise he wasn't on a finish.
100.
Treble needed.
54.
Doesn't get it without all 3 darts. Edhouse, does he get a match dart? No. That leaves 81. He is correct.
42.
This is going to be the start of the charge. At tops.
48.
And for the second time in a row, the shot at tops is well short. Edhouse, this is his wheelhouse right here to finish an opponent off
Into.
and doesn't hesitate. That is the strength of that guy right there. That's why he has been so good the last couple of years. He gets himself another 2 points. And Andy Jenkins, the best he can do is 4, but that's only if he beats Webster later this afternoon. Dave Evans and Stephen Burton will come up next. And can Stephen Burton get to 8 points to set the total? Someone's campaign will come to an end in this game. Dave Evans playing his third game of the day, but Stephen Burton will finish his 5 games in this one, and where he finishes after this game
Outside.
could be potentially too much for the rest of the field. The best
All
he
Webster.
can do
I'm doing it.
is 8 points. And in his 9th day of competition in the Icons of Darts Live League with Motorsports,
45.
Stephen Burton has positioned third 3 times. He has not been in the top 2 yet,
134.
but winning this game should surely put him in the top 2.
60.
It could put him first.
$59.
First is something that Dave Evans knows all about. There are 2 players in today's field who have won 3 live leagues in a week. He is one of them, and the other is Richie Edhouse.
53.
But it's been a bit of a trial today for Dave Evans. 2 games, and both of them have gone all the way to the 9th leg. 1 win, 1 defeat. And he knows he probably should have got the win against John Brown.
100.
But fair play to young John Brown, who brought a fabulous last leg to steal the points away from the man from Greater Manchester. $78 remain,
131.
and that is a pinpoint approach. 91 is too
40.
much for Stephen to negotiate, and Evans has double 12 to take an early lead.
Game in 2.
Great shot, and I'm sure the chasing pack are hoping that Dave Evans wins this one. We only have
120.
one undefeated player left in the field, and that is Richie Edhouse. And he is very fortunate to be undefeated, it has to be said.
60.
Andy Jenkins did not show his best stuff in the last match, but Edhouse has 3 more contests to come, and if he can lift his level
100.
in the next game against John Brown, and particularly against Dave Evans and Mark Webster, then he can still post 10 points
99.
and win today, no matter what Stephen Burton does in this one.
$54.
We do hope you guys have enjoyed the round robin nature of the live league over the course of the last few months.
80.
It's not a format that is readily seen, of course. It's something that I have particularly liked in my career, coming through the Dart Players Australia scene in
52.
2008 and 2007. They play a lot of round robin into a knockout phase of the tournament after that.
134.
And the way that that is used in Australia has definitely helped a lot of players get the practice and the competition they require.
134.
We do have, of course, the Grand Slam of Darts every November. And there has been a lot of chatter about who can potentially qualify for that this year.
41.
Sure, that debate will run riot over the course of the summer. Evans for 32 now,
Game in 2.
and is 2-0 up in this game. If Stephen was not to get
55.
any more points, it would equalise what he did on Tuesday. He got 6 points there. His leg difference
80.
was all square. And as it is +4 right now, surely he's going to improve on that.
Dave, come on. 42.
This format where you can hear the players. There is no audience, of course,
136.
or audience noise. You can hear what the players are saying to themselves. It's a bit like a referee being mic'd up on a football pitch. You can hear every word they say.
140.
You do get a lot of dart players talking to themselves when they play it.
124.
This has been a much better leg from the Suffolk player. Scores of 140, 136 and a 124.
60.
Leave him on 46. Well, that is 13, so 20, 33. Double 8.
30.
The score he has just had rhymes with his nickname. 30 for Bertie.
Oh, deflection again. 82.
Again, 2 8s.
Into.
Finds it to close the gap to 1. I've been very, very impressed with the way that all the players have
140.
readied themselves for these leagues, but today I've been most impressed with John Brown. After getting no points on Tuesday, he has
96.
stuck to his task, and especially after losing the first game of the day to Stephen Burton from 4-0 up, he's responded
140.
tremendously and shown a lot of resolve.
137.
Quickfire stuff from Stephen Burton, and that's what you get when you play against him. You have to temper your own pace, because as soon as you've finished your visit, the likelihood is
140.
you've got 1 or 2 seconds before you get ready for the next one. He doesn't mess around.
98.
Someone who has made the last 16 at the Players' Championship finals, so he can never be underestimated. Double 13
Game in 3.
for Dave, and finds a magnificent 12 darter there to regain that 2-leg advantage at 3 legs to 1.
59.
Dave will be happy with that last leg, but he'll be mystified as to the consistency today.
81.
One, 3, 6.
I'm still trying to figure out what the optimum lie on the scoring beds are for Stephen Burton. Gets the darts to land quite sideways in the board.
140.
It has this ability to stack them underneath and over the top. But because of the angle
96.
of the entry, maybe his best lie is hitting it to the left.
$140.
Dave's are remarkably straight, and his ability to get those darts really close together has been talked about a lot in the last few months.
83.
Oh, big miss there from Stephen though. Even a straight 20 would have made things a tiny bit easier. 6 18s. Gets 4 instead of 6. 2 more would have given him a shot at 32.
132.
But that is very, very tidy. And Burton needs to take this out now. Bullseye.
122.
Not far away. And the first sign of emotion from Burton.
Game in 1.
And he's further away from victory now, as Dave Evans has upped the ante with the last 2 legs. 25 darts for 2 legs from Stretch. That's more like it, Dave. Is he hungry for the last title
140.
before a long break for the match play?
$60.
Scoring has been so good. So good. That sounded like Neil Diamond.
180.
And he's putting himself out of reach here, Dave Evans, with some quite delightful stuff. Keeps playing like this, you won't want the game to end.
65.
That's enough. And if he takes care of that 116,
60.
not only does he beat Stephen Burton 5 legs to 1, but he will have closed out this game with 3 legs and 39 darts.
Oh, David, that's a slip. 45.
That was a poor last start, but like you heard from Dave, it did slip out of his hand.
66.
That might be the last dart that Stephen Burton throws in the Icons of Darts League this week. As Dave closes in on tops for the match.
Game in 3.
Tremendous. A really good performance from Dave Evans. He stops Stephen Burton from getting to 8 points, and that opens up this afternoon to Dave and to Richie Edhouse, and possibly to others as well. To see how things progress, you'll have to stay with us as the next game follows very shortly. Thank you for joining us for the next game in today's Icons of Darts Live League with MODUS Sports. And we have one person who has finished their campaign for the day, and that is Stephen Burton, who has posted the clubhouse lead of 6 points. Added to that, his leg difference is exactly the same as his points total was on Tuesday. 6 points, all square with the leg difference. So it's been a consistent week for Stephen. But now we have a very simple equation to find here, and that is whoever wins this game will go top of the table. If Richie Edhouse wins, he will go top of the table for now. And have games left to play. 2 of them, in fact. But if John Brown was to win this one and get to 6 points, he would have a superior leg difference than that of Stephen Burton and will post a better target for people to catch.
100.
And also be John's best outing so far. He has shown a great deal of resilience today.
61.
$125.
He has had a lot more visits like that today than he did a couple of days ago, where he came up with no points. He has played as the underdog today and has come through a heartbreaking loss in the first game of the day. So for him to be in this position right now just goes to show that he has a lot of resilience and a lot of heart.
Oh, God. 74.
Richie, first crack at the 2 darter. Gets the single, but only just.
30.
Does not get the outer ring, which is not what he was doing against Andy Jenkins last time out. He was very, very good on his doubles in that one. Double top for John.
45.
And he missed his 10s with his second attempt.
In 1.
Double 8 is there for Richie Edhouse. And is he the man to beat? Because he has not been
57.
defeated yet. Someone is going to have to beat him to stop him from getting yet another daily win.
134.
Look down at the people who are still playing. Obviously, this is John Brown's last game. He's had 2 defeats
100.
and 2 wins. Andy Jenkins has won 1 of his 4 games. And the best he can do is 4 points. So he is out of today's race for the title.
97.
Edhouse has not lost his 2 games, so he's undefeated. Mark Webster has lost both of his first games.
80.
And Dave Evans has won 2 out of 3. So you get the feeling that Edhouse is the man to beat at this stage.
60.
Oh, 81.
Even if Richie Edhouse loses this match, he may still have the destiny of today's league in his hands, as he gets a 174 to leave double 18, and the timing of that was just supreme.
41.
He's hit John Brown where it hurts very, very well at the end of that one. 210 in 4. Like I say many times, it's not about the 3-dot checkouts all of the time. It's what you do in the visit before that as well. Earlier on, we had a bit of a finishing clinic from Dave Evans,
58.
where he had 4. Actually, it was 3 ton plus finishes in the same game. But
58.
The 146 he checked out with 2 treble 19s and double 16. As impressive as that was, it was the
99.
162 approach shot before that made it even more impressive. For me, the best 6 darts that have been thrown this week, never mind today.
91.
Richie has taken his foot off the pedal in this leg, and John Brown is gobbling up this chance. Oh, well, Richie can count himself a little bit fortunate there that he was only displacing 15 points there and not 60.
140.
The grand scheme of things, though, with John's darts going in the treble 20 and Richie's not, this is a great chance for John to get on the board in this game.
43.
This would be a break of throw as well.
48.
Not to be, but he will be back. Last time Richie was on 210.
100.
He hit 174. Even if he'd hit the 174, it would still leave John Brown in charge to get rid of the leg. But now, you think, where does he go? That is blocked beyond belief. The top bit,
No score.
hit the flights. He had to go to the top of the bed and gamble that he might hit the double 11. It was a shot to nothing. And if he's punished here, this will be robbery.
78.
Oh, it wasn't far off. Look how close that was to the double 16.
Game on 1.
John Brown does dodge one, but he does get that break of throw eventually. I don't think anybody has played their peak game today,
100.
but they have in at certain points of the day. I think even Richie would admit that he didn't play very well against Andy Jenkins, but just did enough. And as much as you don't mind winning games like that,
134.
you really do want to have performances as well as points. That's his first game of the day against Stephen Burton. He was 4-0 up, having thrown only 60 darts. But then he allowed Stephen to get a couple of legs off him. And at parts today, Richie has looked very good.
137.
Honour's very, very even here after 9 in this fourth leg.
Oh, 26.
Oh, and that is not good for his chances of winning this leg. Can Richie get a try?
94.
Yes, great switch. John should have been staring at something in the 2-dart range here. Consequently,
82.
he has left a 2-darter, but it may be a little bit late. Double 16 again,
38.
and for the second time in the match, he has wired it just on the outside. For 2-all. John needs
Game on
tops.
2.
Very good indeed. Earlier in the match, he had 60 points. Actually, it was 52. And he hit the treble 20 going for the single 20. With that 59 there, even if he'd got the treble 19 inadvertently, he would have had a shot at double 1. You can see from John's grip that he's holding the point
100.
with his middle finger. Very Gary Anderson, that type of grip. Should come up out of the hand very lightly.
180.
Richie maxes there and puts himself hugely in front here.
59.
When you do have that point balancing on the end of your middle finger, it's very much a balancing act of getting used to having that dart at certain points in your hand. Every grip is different. But if you look at the wrist, for instance, with John,
100.
there's no breaking of that wrist back and forward. It's kept solid the whole time, which is a very good sign.
$139.
Richie must have gone for that 164 on the ball because he's left 25.
44.
No, he's definitely going for double eight. And regains the lead in no time at all. Lifts that average into the early 90s with that 14 darter there. And whenever he is tested,
97.
he is up for the challenge. The more this afternoon progresses, the more I see Richie Edhouse as the heavyweight of this group. Wasn't his day on Tuesday, losing his first 3 matches, but then recovered brilliantly to win the last 2. But he did win last Monday's group, so it hasn't been a great deal of time between now and his last league victory.
99.
He does take the lead in the table after this with a win. I think he may take some catching. Andy Jenkins will finish his campaign in the next match against Mark Webster, who returns for his 3rd match. And the highest finish we've had today is 156 from Dave Evans. Can that be eclipsed? Fancied it.
98.
John's already had a 153 earlier on today. This one is a little easier because you can get the same treble twice. There's one of them. Look how much he wanted it because that first start was
90.
absolutely perfect. Edhouse goes for another single.
In 3.
Finds double 4 after gambling on the treble. Not entirely certain why. Was that treble a miss? I don't know. Was he just being a little bit brash there, or did he just fancy double 4? Doesn't matter as long as you get your numbers right and you get your execution right. That's exactly what Richie did there. Just another way of getting 72, ladies and gentlemen, of which there are many.
65.
Edhouse banks the win in this leg. He will inflate his leg difference to +9, which
82.
would signal some very consistent performing because both of his wins so far have been 5 legs to 2. So he starts with +3,
140.
then goes to +6, and he can go to +9.
59.
You'd have to go with some to try and eclipse the record, the 5-game record, leg difference record of Martin Adams, which is +17.
57.
But it's not out of the question yet, as he still holds a 106-point advantage in this leg.
140.
Oh, look at that. That deserved a call of darts from Richie Edhouse. Squeezed 2 into that treble 20 with only half a bet to aim at. So to equalise the best finish that he's had today, he does need that 153 again. And he hit this when someone was on a double.
45.
Edhouse gets his first look at a shot for the match. It's a double 8.
111.
Not far away. Will he get another look at it? John has options. You can use 17s, 19s, or 20s here, or even 18s. All of them are available. Double 16. Using the 19s route to stay at the bottom of the board.
Game of 3.
Beautifully crafted. I love the composure there, because that was a game-saving shot. Who's to say that John Brown cannot win the next 2 legs
46.
and finish on 6 points himself, just like Stephen Burton?
100.
One match dart has gone for Richie Edhouse. I genuinely thought the way he was throwing at that point, that may be the only one he would need.
44.
When John Brown hit that 153 checkout against Andy Jenkins earlier, that was the last double he would hit in the match. That was to equalise at 2-2. Andy Jenkins went into overdrive after that.
30.
John has hit the wall here in leg number 8. As Richie just keeps plugging away with a couple of tons and then ups the ante to a 140 to have a 220 lead and plenty of time to get over the line.
140.
Does he want to do it in style?
97.
Leaves himself in the bottom left corner himself this time. And I think John Brown knows that the writing is on the wall. As Richie Edhouse comes in for 64 to finish John Brown's week. Double 16.
32.
The second match dart has gone. If John Brown was to hit this 156, you'd probably just hear me clapping instead of talking.
$96.
Good darts, but more chances for Richie.
In 2.
And there he has another victory. Richie Edhouse is top of the table, and it is up to him to stay there now, as he is the only person we have who is undefeated. So, as Mark Webster comes back, we will have Andy Jenkins finishing his quarter of 5 matches for the day against the Welshman.
in the league if I win this today or not.
Two players have completed their quarter of 5 games, and another one will complete their 5th in this one. It won't be that man though, as he is just getting started. He is playing in 3 of the final 4 games, Mark Webster, and he will look to get himself off the mark here and potentially put in a bit of a charge for 2nd spot. Currently we have Richie Edhouse on 6 points and +8. Tops the table. Dave Evans
25.
and Richie Edhouse will return in the next match. And we'll have one more game as well after that. And we will then crown our final champion of the week in the coming hour and a half.
180.
Great start from Webster, and it has to be said that his issue today with his 2 defeats has been the treble 20. There have been a lot of scores of 60 and 58, a lot of stuff in that range, and the treble 20 has been very elusive.
174.
Not to say that he's played poorly, because I don't think he has. Darts is a fickle game sometimes. Everything he touched turned to gold on Tuesday, and today
94.
it just hasn't been the case. Andy Jenkins has come out of the blocks here to get an early lead.
134.
Tops, now 10s,
Yeah, game into.
and finds a 14 dart start on a day where doubles have been his nemesis. He could well
180.
be involved in the race for the top spot if it wasn't for key missed doubles earlier in the day.
58.
Mark starts with the second 180 in this leg.
96.
And we want to keep this kind of scoring going, as he
140.
still has the hope of making a 6-point total by the end of the day. In order to do so, he has to beat Andy Jenkins, Richie Edhouse, and Dave Evans, which will not be simple.
99.
That 4 leaves 90.
69.
I'll slip into the treble 15 there. And in that portion of the board, he has
100.
had a few darts today go low. Double 12. Now 2 6s.
Too many.
Oh, and that dart there is very similar to when he had a double 10 earlier, where he hit double 15.
26.
Also had a dart at double 10 that hit the single 15. So if he is missing, it's a little bit low.
3.
Goes a little bit higher on this one, and that's a much better shot at double 6 to equalise at 1 leg all.
$100.
If Mark Webster is to eclipse Stephen Burton's total of 6 points and an all square leg
91.
difference, he's going to have to win all games and be
115.
+7 or more for the next 3 matches. So he cannot afford to have many slip-ups.
83.
96.
Both players motoring along in this game, playing a double quick time. Know each other very well, of course. Have travelled the world together.
174.
Oh, great shot from Andy Jenkins. Second 170 plus in this match. Got one in leg 1.
96.
And this 174 in leg 3 sets up a 13 darter,
No score.
which is not possible after that bust shot. Can Webster make him feel the pain on double 10?
130.
Oh, that's a great effort. Double 4.
The game shot in front of me.
Finds double 2 with the last dart and regains the lead. But not until he has a bit of a scare on the ton plus checkout from Webster.
121.
Looking at the league table as it stands, we have Edhouse on 6 points and still active.
96.
Dave Evans on 4 and still active. They play each other next, and if it's a Dave Evans win,
60.
they're going to be very close together with a game left.
81.
A win for Jenkins here. Mark
90.
Webster can only play the spoiler for the final 2 games he has, because the best he could do would be 4 points. And the race would then be between Edhouse and Evans.
100.
You've got to think that Stephen Burton's 6 points with an all square leg difference will not be enough to eclipse either of those players with games in hand.
100.
But you never know.
$56.
Webster to equalise again. Has to create the angle for double top.
40.
Not sure how much of that he could see. And he can see all of this 126. 107 left.
98.
It's like Webster's second effort at tops. The treble 19 effort is too low. Double 5.
10.
Just has not been his day. The timing has not been as good
Game shot.
as Tuesday. And Andy Jenkins finds the top corner of double 14 for a 3-1 lead. The best Jenkins can do is 4 points, and if he is to
59.
go above John Brown in the table,
100.
he will need to win the remaining 2 legs that he requires
60.
right away to have a better head-to-head record against John and the same leg difference.
58.
I'm sure that's not entering Andy's mind right now. But if he is able to win 5-1 against Webster here, it will make for better reading at the end of the day for him. He will demote John Brown by 1 spot.
99.
$22.
77.
One of the main characteristics of a world-class dart player is being able to play under pressure. And you just get the feeling that these 2 players play better
80.
when there is a bit of something on the line, a bit more pressure needed to make them perform.
99.
As they both came into this game, they knew that their chances of winning the title were gone. And when the adrenaline
21.
falls away from the body, the result is a more relaxed state. And you would think that being more relaxed would make you play better. It's actually not true.
36.
43.
Webster surely for double eight.
Game over.
It's a miraculous break of throw to get back to 3-all. Not the best leg that we've seen, but it does bring the match into
100.
a scenario where it's back on throw. Just get the feeling the way that Andy has been playing the last couple of weeks. Played some good stuff, but he's not been
59.
majorly consistent throughout the course of a whole day, and maybe will benefit from a little bit of a break in competition
96.
to try and reset his goals and give everything a bit of a rest.
90.
A lot more people these days are using that treble 17 as a third dart
97.
switch if they fail on the 20s and 19s. I like it.
42.
There are certain times where that switch is applicable, but there are times when it isn't as well. We've got to be aware of what score leads what. Andy's average is
22.
slipping because he's evidently struggling for the line on that 20 now.
60.
One thing I can confirm now is that Andy Jenkins will not finish above John Brown today.
$24.
64.
Good use of the 25 in bull there. But he still is in the range of using the bullseye for the finish. Not so if he gets the 54. It is the bull.
61.
Two shots at the bull, and neither makes the target. As the darts just seem to be dipping in the air now for Andy. Maybe a sign that the arm's a bit tired. Webster for an even game here.
13.
It hasn't been his day. Jenkins has got a shot at tops.
Please.
And Webster misses a further 3 at sixes. And Andy dodges one there to get to 4-2. He will now have not one, but 2 opportunities to serve it out. And if he fails to do it in this one,
60.
he'll have a bonus chance and a break opportunity in the 8th.
99.
On the scoring phase, Andy has really struggled in the last 2 legs. Sometimes it's a very hard game to play when your opponent is struggling as well as you are. You have very little positivity to go on, but that's better from Webster.
99.
The scenario now for Mark is that he has to win the final 3 legs.
97.
Great spirit to leave a finish after 12 to close in on what Andy's target is. And that is to just bank that 5th leg and get the extra 2 points that he wants.
$100.
Double 16. Lovely check out there, especially after that first start at 16s was in the way. A nice adjustment after the shuffle along the oche.
97.
It was a routine 5-2 victory for Mark on Tuesday. The performance was
59.
very different. The timing of the finishing, the prowess on the scoring was very different for Mark. The average was around 15 more than this.
40.
Don't doubt how much Mark Webster wants to win this match and how much he wants to beat Andy Jenkins and deny him
58.
the final 2 points of the week. When you can hear your opponent struggling, you want to make them feel worse, whether they're a friend or not.
41.
Maybe two players just trying a little bit too hard, and Andy's trying to pick
59.
up the pace and be a bit more natural, and it just doesn't seem to be working. Mark continuing
100.
that rhythm that is so him. Doesn't speed the throw up, doesn't slow down, it's always the same pace.
85.
And he is in command of this 8th leg. And we'll have 6 from here. 70 remain.
58. 40.
As much as Andy wanted to go to the right
41.
on that shot, he was unable to because the wall was in the way. That dart is not in the way.
40.
No double 10 either, and Andy has had a nightmare on the approach, leaving 159.
43.
Great lie for double 10, and finds it for 4-all. And like I mentioned earlier, Andy had 2 chances to serve this out and needs the second opportunity to do so.
60.
Earlier on, I said that Andy couldn't go right to find the target because the wall was in the way.
100.
If you are able to do so when you're setting up your darts room, always make sure that you have plenty room
100.
left and right to maneuver if needed. Some people don't have that luxury, but if you do,
59.
make sure you've got plenty of room.
Uh, 64.
It's a great dart from Andy. Again, he could not go right. He had to go left and throw it even harder.
96.
Nothing in this really. But too many
91.
ones in this match for Andy. Everything has been pushed to the right.
59.
Inching closer to the finish line. Will there be missed match darts in this one?
62.
And too many ones again. Probably the best visit of this leg. And it will set up
58.
an 87 checkout, which should yield a match dart at the bull. It is at the bull.
62.
The match dart has gone by, and Andy should now get a match dart. It's 2. And Misses
60.
at both to the right-hand side, symptomatic of what's been happening in the match. As Mark misses the 1
21. What was this?
and misses the double 2 as well. Jenkins for 4s. Hits double 13. And you wonder, just how has this gone by? One dot left. And finds it right in the corner. I think it's fair to say that both were below their best there. Webster gets off the mark with 2 points and can still get to 6. But if he's going to do so, he's going to have to play better than that. But Richie Edhouse and Dave Evans come to the board now, and that could be the biggest game of the day. Many, many times I have said the words at the start of a game that these guys will have to follow that. But I'm sure that these guys don't want to follow the last game. With all due respect to the two players, They did not perform at their best,
All the best,
but
buddy.
this game holds great importance as to where today's title will be located. Richie Edhouse, with a
That's
win
25.
here, will consolidate his place at the top of the table and will put himself out of reach of Dave Evans if he wins it.
31.
96. Oh no.
I'm just going to check Dave's connection because we have had a frozen screen. So we're just going to check that out. We'll be right back with you. Welcome back, and apologies for that short interlude where we had to just reconnect one of our players here.
140.
It obviously hasn't affected Richie Edhouse as he starts with 4 trebles in his first 6 starts.
50.
But after glancing at my notes for the day to see what is possible, if Richie Edhouse wins this game, he will join Dave Evans and Martin Adams as only the 3rd person to have won 10 league days.
140.
When you think about the fact that Keelan Kay has won his first this week, Richie is going for his 10th.
27. 32.
It's quite unusual for someone to be getting to 8 points
96.
after 4 games, and then someone is not able to catch him with still 2 games to go. But just one of those complexities with league format that can arise.
48.
And if Dave Evans wants to keep this whole thing alive, he's going to have to get cracking on the finishes.
32 left. 89.
I suppose as a neutral in this one, we have an ideal score.
Even 3.
It was 79 the last score, sorry. Not 80.
Richie gets double 5 with the last start to take an early lead.
Can't count it.
But if Richie Edhouse was to lose this game to Dave Evans by 5 legs to 3, that would mean that Dave Evans and
100.
Richie Edhouse would be on the same amount of points and the same leg difference of +6. And they would
97.
both have 1 game remaining against the same opponent in Mark Webster. That is a situation that Richie Edhouse is trying
Oh no.
to
66.
not let happen. If that situation does materialise,
60.
things could get pretty edgy.
$140.
First things first, Richie Edhouse is looking to get the win here, just to get past Stephen Burton, who's on the same amount of points.
96.
But in doing so, he would win the table. Dave looking for the 171 downstairs, which would have left 24.
76, 126, 130.
That's a pretty good shot in there anyway to leave 65. And
96.
two of the most successful icons of Darts Live League players going head to head on the last competitive day for a while.
Game in 2.
What more could you possibly want as they equalise at 1-1? And it is now best of 7.
$55.
Every single player has got points today after that Mark Webster win over Andy Jenkins. He can still get himself 6
58.
points. Because of his leg difference, he is unable to win today's table. Unless
83.
he was absolutely bananas in the last 2 legs and probably has to win both of them 5 legs to 0.
$96.
$58.
You wonder who these guys will be cheering on at the World Match Play when it starts on Saturday. Of course, there are some MODUS managed players who are taking part, likes of Simon Whitlock, Johnny Clayton.
98.
Johnny Clayton against Michael Smith actually is one of my favourite draws of the round. I'm very much looking forward to that game. Simon Whitlock will open the tournament
140.
playing against the newest first-time winner on the Pro Tour in Ryan Joyce.
100.
Which his scoring has not been at its best in the last couple of legs. But he has found his first ton plus score of the leg right there.
To 130.
That's a great recovery from Dave Evans. Can Richie Edhouse find 18 double 16 here?
Even 3.
That's a classy check out. A lovely steady ton to set up the 107, and with Evans approaching impeccably after missing the 150, that 107 is as good as you'll see in that range.
180.
Someone has turned on the turbo button. And these guys are ready
140.
to get in amongst it now. Four, 5,
180.
6,
80.
doesn't get 7. All I was going to do right there was count the numbers.
105.
I really wanted to say 7, 8, and 9,
Did that.
but this is some leg anyway.
It's 180.
Good that.
It's not over yet. Double 18 is a must. Can't leave Richie on a 101. He's just taking a 107. final 9.
No,
Oh, he's missed
sorry,
it.
18 scored.
Edhouse to put himself in the box seat. Oh, he's missed the 9. What a mistake. That was a great opportunity to get to 3-1. Dave doesn't really mean that. He's just being a gentleman. But he is very glad that he is back for 18 points.
Come on. Oh, I don't believe it. 2.
And unfortunately, after 6 perfect darts, he might lose the leg right here. A shuffle to the right.
In 3.
And Mr. In 3, Mr. Richie Edhouse gets himself 2-3 and is 2 legs away from that 10th daily title.
93.
It is very fair to say that that leg was handed to him.
$180.
Another 180 from Dave. A third in 2 legs. But the game of darts is something that doesn't give you anything.
97.
You have to take it.
$58.
In certain team sports, you can be gifted an opportunity which is very, very simple. For instance, if you're playing football, you might get an open goal after a wonder cross from one of your teammates. But in this individual game, you get everything you deserve, really. And 4 180s
60.
in 2 legs from Dave Evans, and there's nothing wrong with his scoring. 66, which is now
47.
56 and now 36. As he's left himself on double 18 again, this time after 12 and not 9 like the last leg.
60.
To get within 1.
Game in 1.
He's found it this time. Just a sign that dart players always think the same thing. Dave Evans mimicking what I've just said. Not that he can hear me.
100.
Dave knows he should be in front.
$60.
But he has to keep that aggression going on that treble 20. And if he can, he may be too good for Richie to catch,
97.
even though he is in front.
$100.
Some of the games have gone very long today.
94.
We have had 4 9-leg thrillers today. Well, I think it's fair to say we've had 3 9-leg thrillers in the game with Webster and Jenkins.
$100.
Game of the day, unquestionably for me, was Evans versus Jenkins. That 5-4 was a tremendous match to watch.
100.
Evans gets the first crack at the ton plus out. Doesn't get a shot at double 18.
24 left. 86.
And this has got Richie Edhouse written all over it. This is the kind of chance he takes against you to maintain his leads. He's going to get a shot at double 7.
7 left. 100.
I thought he got it. But
I
I think he was going to call 7-7 something there. But the one thing about
Yeah,
that
you what?
7-7 and any double on the board is they will take it and they will never give it back. It is 3 legs all in the most important game of the day. Can Dave Evans
57.
keep this race going to the end? Or will it be over?
80.
Possibly in the next 30 darts.
$60.
That is one of the best 60s I have seen in the last 4 months. So close together.
96.
The 180s were coming thick and fast for Dave a couple of legs ago. And now he's working very, very hard.
135.
Now he's just trying to get things like 96.
$60.
Advantage Edhouse in the 7th.
135.
2 consecutive 135s. Get him to a 1 treble out.
133.
He knows he has to take it because Dave Evans today has taken some big, big checkouts. He's not going to get it. And Evans can add the 132
42.
to the 114, the 156, and the 146, amongst others, if he can get the 57 in ball. It was a well-thrown dart, but it wasn't high enough.
28 left. 104.
Earlier in the day, we had Richie Edhouse getting 72 with a treble, a single, and a double 4. But this time it's better than that, as he finishes it off in 17 to put himself within 1 leg of today's victory. And this man is the only person who can stop him in both scenarios now. If Evans wins the next 2 legs, he can still stop him by beating Mark Webster in the final game of the day. But as to the margin he would need in that game, it's to be confirmed. What we do know is that Evans cannot stop doing this. He cannot give Richie Edhouse any more chances.
96.
Dave Evans has been absolutely pounding that treble 20 at points in this game.
140.
And he has been pounding it again in this leg to get a great chance. This time it's Richie who leaves 132. Will he get a look at it for the game? Bullseye for Evans.
62.
And that's where Richie's going to look now. This will be a way to get the title. A 57 required. And Evans
64.
will have 25 to keep this game going. Needs to be pinpoint on 88. 4, biggest start of the match.
Rubbish, Dave. 4 left. 21.
Can Edhouse take the 2-darter out, just like the last leg?
Into.
No.
Yes, 2 2-darters in a row gets him the title, and it's a perfect 10 for Richie Edhouse. Well done to him. He's still got a game to go, but he has got the title. Well done to Richie. But stay tuned for more action as Edhouse stays on the board to play Mark Webster. title has been wrapped up by Richie Edhouse, and he will now go for what this man did on Tuesday, the undefeated day. Edhouse with 8 points in the bank will go for 10, and he will also try to eclipse Mark Webster's record on Tuesday of plus 13 in his leg difference. In order to do that, he will have to win 5 legs to 1. Webster has 2 games left and can still find his way to second spot, but he will have to win this one, and he will have to beat Dave Evans as well by a certain margin. Let's see what happens in this one to see if that is still possible. I'm sure when Mark joined this morning,
45.
he was very hopeful of getting his second title of the week. Early on, the hopes of that were dashed
58.
with a big loss to John Brown and a narrow loss to
60.
Stephen Burton. And Mark has said previously that he does prefer to play first thing in the morning. He likes to have that cluster of games at the start to set the total for other people to chase. He's more of a front runner than someone who likes to chase it down, but I have to pay tribute to the fact that he got his first daily title by chasing down the pack. So he has won from both positions.
96.
But that doesn't detract from how he personally feels about where his comfort is.
180.
Great maximum there from Edhouse to go from behind to in front.
60.
And now it is the 2-darter that separates him and taking a first break of throw and a 1-0 lead.
16, 74.
Not far off getting that double 16. And it was a 140 miss from Webster earlier on double 10. And for the
135.
second time today, he has missed the double 10 on that checkout.
In one.
And Edhouse has been the ultimate opportunist today. When people have missed, he has hit. And I've said this once before. If you recite that to yourself as a dart player, when you're standing behind your opponent, and don't say it out loud, of course, but if you say, if you miss, I hit, and you say it to yourself all the time, it will
97.
instill some positive thinking in your play. Edhouse is cruising in this one now, scoring very, very well on that treble 20.
60.
Currently in second spot is Stephen Burton on 6 points and an all square leg difference.
90.
No other players on 6 points. Webster can't make it 6 points if he beats Richie Edhouse and Dave Evans. But Dave Evans can also make it to 6 points if he beats Mark Webster. So if Webster was to get the win here, it would be a very interesting game to finish us off today, to see who gets the silver medal behind Richie Edhouse.
76.
Fifty-two.
It has not been Mark's best day today. He's really struggled with the scoring. Edhouse for double 9.
18.
And with knowing that the title is in the bag, has Richie Edhouse
109.
hit the wall a little bit?
In 2.
Edhouse finds double 9 and does get to 2-0. Gets ever closer to that perfect 10 points,
21.
which has been the tale of the week, really, apart from Monday. Today it could be. It was the case yesterday for Keel and Kate, and it was the case for Mark on Tuesday. Just
84.
Monday wouldn't have a perfect 10, where Jared Cole won with 8 points,
82.
with 2 other players on 8 points, but it was the leg difference that separated Jared from the chasing pack.
57.
KK got exactly the same formula as Mark Webster on Tuesday. He got 10 points and plus 13. You wonder if we're going to get another
140.
plus 13, and that will happen if Richie Edhouse wins this by 5 legs to 2.
58.
Mark Webster won this fixture on Tuesday quite comfortably, 5 legs to 2.
134.
But it's been a very different day as Mark finds that treble 19 twice and waits to see if Richie misses
In 3.
and doesn't on the ball. That's clinical from the man from Essex who lives in East Sussex. There's a lot of S's and X's in that sentence.
100.
It's almost like one of those rehearsal lines that actors do.
57.
One of those lines that tests your enunciation. These guys, all they want to be able to say is game in 3 or game in 1 or game in 2. And Edhouse is playing beautifully at this point.
100.
Playing with freedom, knowing that the title's in the bag.
88.
Left himself on a tricky looking 1-3-3.
115.
If he's feeling a bit feisty here, he might go treble 19 first. Treble 19 will leave the
59.
double. And he's not doing much wrong. He's just playing with it himself.
96.
It's Mark's turn to leave the 1-3-3. Edhouse looks north for tops and 4-0.
54.
Well, that one came out of the hand very late. Mark is unable to pressurise in a big way.
In 1.
And Edhouse finds it in 1. And if he wins one more leg on top of those 4 without reply, then his leg difference today will be better than that of Webster on Tuesday and Keel and Kay yesterday by 2. It will be the best performance of the week.
100.
Closing in on plus 15.
57.
100.
Throughout the course of the last 3.5 months, we have 2 players here who have not changed their equipment one bit.
4.
They've used the same barrels, the same points, the same stems, the same flights. But we're just going to check Richie's side as we seem to have lost him. We'll be hopefully right back in 2 minutes. We do seem to have Richie back. And there he is. But previously, Richie Edhouse used to use a very thin, flexible point on the end of his darts where they would wobble when they hit the board. But since he's gone back to the more rigid point, he seems to have played a little bit better for me.
137.
Much better leg from Webster here.
140.
And he's going to have to hit the 130. Unfortunately, he has not found his range on the 60 consistently today. But Richie can finish this off on double 8. That is awkward. He might have to go for the top section.
3.
Oh, what a dart that is to finish your day. That's a 5-0 for Richie Edhouse. And that last dart at double 8 may have been one of the best darts he's thrown all day long. It is a perfect 10 for Richie. It is plus 15, and it is the performance of the week. Now, there you have it. One game to go, and it's Mark Webster and Dave Evans who will be back at 4:35 British time. we go then. The last game of the Icons of Darts Live League for this week. And it does have a bearing on league position. As it stands, Mark Webster is in bottom position, and if he
25.
wants to get him out, well, if he wants to get himself out of this
Oh,
little
that's
predicament and wants to finish in 5th as opposed to 6th, it's the small matter of 5-0 which he needs.
60.
On the other hand, if Dave Evans wants to finish 2nd in the table, all he has to do is win. It doesn't matter about
140.
the margin of victory. As long as he wins, he will finish in 2nd spot behind Richie Edhouse, who has now
180.
completed the mission of 10 points. A little bit of an ironic celebration there from Mark Webster. Gives it the full Bob Anderson.
93.
He wants to win this match. Of that, there is no doubt.
97.
You get the feeling that Mark is going to try and do so with a little less intensity.
98.
It's amazing how the day can just feel like it's coming to you, and then a couple of days later, the game can feel so much more difficult.
92.
We have not had 170 to finish a leg this week. And we're not going to get it here.
134.
We are going to get the next best thing. 36 leave after 12. Tops for Mark.
32.
A good leg for him, but it could be a great leg for Dave Evans, who starts with a 13 darter. Had to dodge a miss from Mark, but that is exceptional from the man from the Northwest. These guys not too far apart. A little under an hour.
100.
And it was Webster who got the win on Tuesday against Dave, 5 legs to 3. That was the first game of the day. And that was a very frustrating game for Dave because it took him a while to get going in that one. And Mark took advantage of that. Is it Dave's turn to take advantage of
134.
a Webster who has not been playing his A stuff today?
$96.
That first leg loss does guarantee that Mark will be at the foot of the
42.
table at the end of the day. He can no longer catch. Well, actually, I'm just doing my calculations. He can catch Andy Jenkins if he wins all of the remaining legs, because his head-to-head is more sufficient
90.
against the person he's chasing. So he can still get off the foot of the table, but only by the finest of margins. It's not looking very likely with Dave on the finish and having 6 for it. There's 50 of them. There's 57 more. Can you get the 28?
28 left. 107.
136.
Didn't go for the 180 to lead double 6. I'm surprised.
Game in 2.
Well, that does now confirm that Webster is at the foot of the table. But the one remaining scenario is where Dave Evans finishes. With Edhouse in first, it will be either Dave Evans or
59.
Stephen Burton in the second spot. And a reminder that Stephen Burton has never been in the top 2 in the 9 days he's played.
81.
He has finished 3rd 3 times. And Dave Evans will try and make that a 4th time.
140.
Final league position for Andy Jenkins will be 5th.
100.
Should start the 18s here. He'll stay there. Now he cannot leave the finish.
132.
And earlier in the day, he finished 308 perfectly. He had a 162 with 3 treble 18s, then took out the 146 with 2 treble 19s and double 16.
44.
6 of the most impressive back-to-back darts that I've seen in the last few months.
96.
Webster's working so hard at the minute. It's just not clicking today.
44.
And it's a horrible space to be in. I've been there myself. Tops for Evans to compound Webby's
Game
pain.
3.
3-0 it is. That one dart there at tops does now confirm that John Brown will finish
125.
4th in the table. Because even if Dave Evans was to lose the game, his leg distance would be superior to that of the Bristolian. So there are only 2 league positions to rubber stamp now for this man and for Stephen Burton. One will finish 2nd, one will finish 3rd.
Sorry, 96.
What's on Mark's mind right here?
57.
That he does not want to lose 5-0, 2 in a row.
No.
We seem to have lost David. We're going to try and get him back. Please bear with us. Apologies for that little delay as we lost David. Got him back very quickly.
59.
Throw from Mark today
56.
has not been as smooth as Tuesday, and it has been reflected in his results. Maybe a lot for him to contemplate and
57.
potentially think about when he's working behind the microphone next week for Sky Sports.
80.
We'll be there for the majority of the week. I'm sure he'll spend a fair bit of time supporting his
94.
counterpart, Johnny Clayton, our friends, of course. Is he going 15 or 25 here? Leaves the 160. But Evans can get to 4-0 here with double 8. He's decided to shuffle to the right
Gaining 3.
to open the bed, and that is a tremendous start. And a good performance from Dave. The average you can see is 95 and change. He's
140.
playing a slightly more methodical game at the moment, Dave Evans. 6 to 8 weeks ago, those darts were coming out of his hand a lot faster. But maybe he's gone back to trying to get the feel in his fingers. And throughout the course of the next few
100.
weeks, he might try to speed up again. But Webster's found his range on that 60 all of a sudden, is not missing it.
99.
Just trying to get a leg on the board to make sure he's not bageled again. In the meantime, Evans is looking to leave the finish
131.
and has left something very, very doable. This doesn't go from Webby. Just gets the single.
42.
Will that be the last start of the week? It's up to that man right there, who will try and hit another one of those. But he has the ball
Game in 3.
and has finished the week on a wonderful checkout and has confined Mark Webster to 2 5-0 beatings in his final 2 matches. Dave Evans takes second spot. Richie Edhouse gets first today. We at Motorsports would just like to say thank you for tuning in over the last few weeks. This is the last competitive day until the 27th, which will be a week on Monday. So I hope you can join us then. Thank you again to Motorsports, our fans, to everybody on YouTube and everybody who's tuned in to dartshop.tv. Have a fantastic rest of the week and we will see you very soon. It's goodbye from us for now.